do this.
Hi everybody, what's up? This is Wrecktify.
And this is Mog.
And we're bringing you live the Season 23 FML Championships between four very talented players. We've got, in the top left, Garatha, aka Under.sta. Top right, we've got J33G, Night Elf player. Bottom right, we've got Noexxx, the human player. And bottom middle, we have GEASS, the German human player. So, taking a look right off the bat, we've got some pretty even spawns. Mog, what's your take on how this has shaken out?
I think this is pretty great spawns. I mean, it's worse for Noexxx, but not by a huge margin. I think it's going to be interesting because I think we're going to have a pretty quick human mirror 1 versus 1. And it'll be interesting to see if Under.sta, since he's a pretty aggressive player, if he goes after G, despite being kind of far away. What do you think about it?
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a very quick game if that's how it ends up shaking out, because with the spawns, you're right. Noexxx doesn't have a terrible spawn, but he is going to be somewhat limited in his ability to creep high levels, and so it's just naturally going to lead to a one-on-one, I think, with GEASS rather early. And then in terms of the one-on-one between J33 and Under.sta, I think that you got to give the huge advantage to Sta.
Yeah. The good news for for everybody, including observers, is it looks like randomly both the Night Elf players position their Ancient Ores what we would say the correct way. It looks like G is going to go to the left, and Under.sta is going to go down, and that's just kind of a random. It works out, you know, based on the spawns, even though they haven't scouted. So it'll be good for Noexxx because he can expand upward and not run into G.
For sure, and for anyone who doesn't know what Mog's talking about, each base does have a natural expansion where you're supposed to naturally expand towards. It's not quite as apparent when you're in the top middle or bottom middle, as both expansions are equidistant from you, but a lot of times you'll have players expanding in what would be considered the wrong direction, and that would have led to very early fighting between people who don't have a lot of minerals to their periphery.
And it'll be interesting to see who decides to expand to the middle. Usually we have on this map at least one player who decides to fast expand to the middle, typically a human, because they can militia creep it extremely easily. But it looks like GEASS is going to go. Doesn't look like either of them are going to do that, so we'll have to wait and see when someone decides to expand there.
And we got our first surprise of the game. G is actually going for a panda first. For those of you who are not familiar with his playstyle, he typically goes Dark Ranger first. Last season, he also opted for a different first hero in the finals match, citing the fact that late game, the Dark Ranger is not as effective in Hero Arena.
I think the Panda's a good choice. I was not expecting it at all. I mean, we were talking pre-game. I was really convinced he was going to get Dark Ranger, even against two human players. But
so
if he can get it to level 5, it's going to be great.
So how do you think this is going to affect his overall play versus if he had gone for Panda second and Dark Ranger first?
I think his gold will be a little less, because you can't quite creep as quickly as you could with the Dark Ranger. And I also think he's in a lot more danger of getting rushed out. It's much easier, I shouldn't say much easier, but it's difficult if you get attacked early and say you only have a level 3 Panda and a level 1, I don't know, whatever his second hero is, probably Keeper of the Grove. It's going to be tough to hold, especially if he gets rushed by, say, Under.sta, who has a Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter can be very, very damaging to the Panda, especially early game.
Absolutely. We do see that the Panda did pick up a Pendant of Energy, which is about as good of an item as you could hope to get for your mana. Oh, and second Pendant of Energy, so he's in a pretty good position on this map where there are not too many items to go around. Taking a look.
I was going to say GEASS hasn't teched yet, whereas Noexxx is already almost halfway to tier 2, so it'll be interesting to see how that shapes up. If he utilizes his tech advantage in an early 1 versus 1 with him, or if late game, he's going to just be behind in gold. So.
Absolutely. I taking a look around the map, the Night Elves are obviously way ahead in terms of teching almost tier 2 already. Noexxx not too far behind, and yeah, to your point, GEASS is only now starting his tier 2 tech. So it's interesting. Usually you only see that late of a tech when you have 2 expansions prior to the tech, but he's only got the one to show for it.
He might be thinking too, with no Goblin Shredder on this map, you need to get a couple more peasants out for lumber. I would prefer you just do that at your expansion like Noexxx is doing, but that might be what he's thinking, or maybe he just forgot, who knows.
Who knows, maybe the nerves are getting to him. It's definitely a different type of game playing in finals. Have you played in any FML finals in the past? I can't remember.
Yes, I won season 18.
Oh, you did, that's right.
I was in the finals of season 17 as well.
I was actually just trying to lead into that. So, speaking from your own experience, how is it different playing in a FML finals match versus playing in your average season match?
It's very nerve-wracking. I find typically finals matches are much more passive because players are really hesitant to make a big move because of the fear of, what if I lose this army and then get attacked and just lose? Or, especially when humans are involved, you lose a big fight, what if this human just mass TPs my main and I lost the finals because of it? So it's easy to be passive. That's why I think this finals is so intriguing, because we have 2 players who are typically more aggressive. So I think it's going to create a much more entertaining dynamic. Whereas the finals I played, they were a little bit more passive. The maps were both a little bit larger. So. And you have a lot of finals experience. How would you say? Does it get easier the more you play?
It's funny. The first one I was most terrified in because it was against Target, who was the first 2-time champion. But that was towards the end of his, we'll call it a career, quote unquote. Before we talk about that, we've got a little bit of a creep jack going on in the bottom left. So we were talking about how aggressive these players are. Both Under and GEASS took a main base creep camp, but they took it kind of out of order. Both of them opted to go for the further one away, which resulted them dodging each other while they were creeping.
Yeah, and then it was interesting to see him back up. I thought he might try to pick off archers. But
yes.
I'm kind of surprised, and I think it was a good idea to back off, but it was still surprising.
Absolutely, and I think that plays into, and you're absolutely right, just a higher level of passivity between the players when they feel like a lot more is on the line. In your average match, there's always next week, but there is no next week here. There's 3 weeks of nobody playing and then another very long season in front of you. I'm just going to do a quick check of the macro situation. We've got Noexxx. He blasted straight through Tier 2. He's already onto Tier 3 with 2 Arcane Sanctums going up, and his 2 expansions are built. Taking a look at GEASS, he is lumber blocked. He's got 2 expansions as well, but he's going to be stuck at Tier 2 for at least the time being. No surprise, Under.sta is almost Tier 3 as well. Night Elves typically blast through Tier 2 the second they hit it. And he's got 2 expansions up as well. And lastly, we've got J33. No big shock here. He's also just about Tier 3, but he does have a 3rd expansion going up, as we would expect from our king of macro. So we're I'd say about 8 minutes into the game, and the map is almost all but cleared in terms of creeps. We got a couple of green ones here and there. Who do you think was the winner, and who do you think was the loser of this first round of the game?
I think Noexxx is the winner. He's got a level 4 Archmage, a level 2 Panda. He's almost Tier 3, and he's got 2 expansions up. I think GEASS is the loser because his 2nd expansion was the latest, his tech is the latest, his creeping wasn't bad, but he's 4-1. It's not as good as Noexxx. It's pretty on par with the Night Elves, and the Night Elves have a better economy and better tech than him. So I definitely think GEASS lost the creeping battle, and Noexxx seems to be ahead. It's going to be interesting what he does with this Tier 3 tech, if he's going to use it just because he wanted his 3rd hero really fast, or did he want to rush someone out? I'm not sure.
Well, I do see him. So Noexxx is throwing up 2 Griffin Aviaries as we speak, and the question now becomes: is he doing that just to get his production going, or is he planning, to your point, to leverage that for some sort of Griffin rush on GEASS?
Yeah, I mean, Griffins tear up human towers like so fast, so that could be a pretty strong rush. I mean, GEASS is just getting his arcane sanctums up. I mean, I don't know. I feel like his build order was not the best that we've seen.
Yeah, and it's interesting. A lot of times, I wonder if when players do land on a non-shredder map, if it just ends up throwing off their entire economy because they don't know what to do without the constant influx of that 200 lumber from the 5-minute point on.
Yeah, he's even sitting at 51 food, and he's been sitting there for quite some time. So maybe the nerves are getting to him, or he was expecting to lose a footman at some point. I don't know. There it goes, finally.
He's clearly listening to this stream. I'm kidding. All right, so we do see that GEASS is throwing up 2 arcane sanctums and 2 workshops. So he's probably going to go, as we talked during the pregame, more for that tank breaker build that we expect to see. Taking a look at Noexx's base, he is throwing up 1 workshop and a arcane vault. G is a little bit behind, it seems, in terms of getting his production buildings up. He's got 2 Chimera Roosts going. I would have expected to see a quick 3 to start off Tier 3, but maybe he's not planning on engaging anyone too soon. We do see that he's a
lumber either.
Yeah.
17, so that plays into it.
For sure. And then looking at Under's base, he's got a little bit of everything. So he's got two winds, 2 chimeras, and a Ancient of Lore. I've only watched a couple of his games, but he does seem inclined to use elf ground armies just as much as air armies.
Yeah, I was going to point out that it was interesting. In almost all of his games, he's gone for a lore-based army in an initial 1 vs. 1 before transitioning to the typical Chimera, Hippogriff, Talon army with a bear. He always has a bear with it. And in this game, it seems like he pretty much skipped that. I mean, he's got 4 Ancient of Winds going up, pretty much straight to Chimeras. So it's more of a typical, I would say, a typical free-for-all Night Elf build. And I'm kind of surprised about that. I thought he would go with what he's been showing. But I guess he wants to play for the late game.
Absolutely. What advantages are there, at least early on in that first one-on-one, to using a lore-based army versus going straight for Chimeras?
Well, I think a lore-based 80 food army is pretty tough to deal with, whereas the air-based 80 food army, honestly, it's not that scary, especially if you have expansions. You really only have a couple Chimeras and maybe a couple Hippogriffs. I mean, it's not enough to really outright kill someone. Whereas a lore-based army, if you catch someone off guard, with good micro, you can really fight against heroes, you can fight against a base, you can take out expansions, and especially with a lore-based army with rejuvenation, it's tough to get them to turn back. They can just keep healing themselves. They have to spell with the dryads, so it's really tough to deal with, especially with someone who's used to microing that kind of army like Under.sta.
Absolutely.
It does hurt your economy, as I'm sure you know. They're not cheap. So.
Absolutely. And taking a look at economies, we see that Under.sta has about 3k gold at this point. GEASS is at about 4,500 gold. Noexxx at 5,500 gold. And no surprise here, we got G at just north of 6,200 gold at this point. So, of course, he is winning the gold battle, at least in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, no surprise there. It is a little bit of a surprise about how much farther ahead he is to Under.sta, because it didn't seem like Under.sta's third expansion was that much slower, but as you can see, just a minute or more, it can really pay off.
Well, people always joke that like Noexxx and Reno, they have some sort of gold hack that allows them to mine faster, and I'm thinking that they maybe pass that on to G, because to your point, he was mining at the same pace as everybody else. It seems more effective for him.
Yeah, and I haven't been paying attention, maybe you have, on what their upgrades are. Maybe, oh no, G's upgrading level 3 attack right now. So I was thinking maybe he fell behind in upgrading his units, but it looks like he's at a decent pace still. I mean, you don't need it out super fast since you're not engaging anyone.
Exactly. So it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a proxy battle here. This is our first action of the game, if you can call it that. We've got GEASS attacking a farm of Noexxx, and Noexxx is immediately going straight up to 62 food. So I'm wondering if he's just doing a little bit of showmanship, or if he's really going to plan on breaking here, just based off of that one little harassing of his farm.
I think he's really going to go for it because, like we kind of were talking about earlier, it looked like his build already suggested like he wanted to go for a quick, or it's not really quick anymore, quicker attack. So, you know, and then with a little bit of the farm aggression there, he might be also thinking, oh, maybe he's going to go on me now, so it's a good time.
And so we've got the Panda versus Mountain King, and so this is a pretty interesting dynamic in terms of how this game is going to end up shaking out. What do you think is more advantageous early on, the Panda or the Mountain King?
I think the Panda's better early on. I think the Mountain King is scary only really late game in the Hero Wars, but before then the Panda, it can tear through your base, it can tear through tanks and your army. What do you think? I mean, I know people definitely have different opinions, but
I think that early on, you're definitely right. The Panda, especially once he gets level 3 Panda, is going to be able to contribute a lot more, because the Panda is not only effective versus buildings, but it's also going to really be effective versus the siege engines that we do see that GEASS is now quickly pumping out.
I think GEASS is in trouble. I mean, he's only got 49 with lumber, and Griffins can really tear through what he's got pretty easily.
Yeah, we need to make sure that Noexxx is careful here. He's in a position where he could easily get accidentally blocked in, and he's got a lot of towers coming after him at this point.
Yeah,
and
a little bit better.
Yeah, and so this is the challenge of facing mass breakers. Is that, you know, none of them are dealing a whole lot of damage, but especially in conjunction with even a level 1 Stormbolt, you're able to get off a surround that's pretty darn effective.
You just whiffed that Breath of Fire. Did you see that?
A tremendous Breath of Fire. We'll call it a Feta Breath of Fire. And so there's not that much anti-air, just a couple of tanks and level 2 Blizzard, but it looks like GEASS was able to fend off that first attack by Noexxx. And now GEASS is going straight to 100 food. So it looks like he's going to want to turn the tides pretty early on and take the fight to Noexx's base.
Yeah, and this is where it could quickly turn for Noexxx, because 100 army of tanks you find in your main, it's pretty hard to pump an army quickly to fend it off before things kind of start to spiral out of control. The good news are the tanks are only upgraded 1 and 1, so at least they're not level 3 yet.
Absolutely, and we do see though that unfortunately, because Noexxx can't really kill too many tanks, and because he can't kill any breakers because of all of the magic damage, he's not getting too much experience for his heroes.
No. He's also down in expansion. I just noticed that compared to all the players, including GEASS.
That's actually a very good point. So Noexxx at 8,000 gold, but he is only working off of 2 expansions versus the 3 expansions for GEASS. Of course, GEASS still lumber blocked, and because he's been at high upkeep, is not going to be able to mine quite at the same efficiency as Noexxx. But I think Noexxx is going to have to recognize this 100 food army pretty quickly and match it, or else he's going to end up finding himself eliminated a lot sooner than he would have hoped for.
Yeah, if he loses these town halls, he's not even able to get to 100. He's only capped at 96. Oh,
And oh man, we're seeing some very poor Griffin Rider control. All of them are hovering over these tanks, and they're all in the red.
Yeah, this is looking bad. They just got those. Thankfully, you have trolls, but
Yeah, it looks like
of anything.
a whole lot of fighting, but not a whole lot dying. But Noexxx just doesn't have the ability to deal any damage to this army.
I leaned a little too close to the mic there, so maybe that's why I was echoing.
You're excited. It's okay.
I was excited.
Oh my goodness.
Noexxx there.
And so we missed it, but GEASS actually split off his tanks and took out the mid-right expansion of Noexxx. So Noexxx is now down 1 gold mine to 4. Something that Noexxx should consider doing is, and most people roll their eyes when I say this, but it was my favorite thing to do when I still played Human regularly. He might want to start picking up some cannon towers at each of his expansions. They're very effective both against spellbreakers and against tanks, and they'll give him the ability to defend his expansions without having to constantly pivot backwards.
Yeah, I agree with you. Not many people utilize cannon towers, but they can be a pain to deal with. They're basically really only good against Human, in my opinion, but in this situation, I think it would be wise. He can the Archmage. He loses that.
Ooh, and down goes the Archmage. So we're seeing what happens when you have mass air versus mass tanks, and it's not pretty. Unfortunately, while he's not losing a lot of Griffins do give an enormous amount of experience. So we do see level 2 Paladin now for GEASS, and almost level 5 Archmage. And we've been so caught up with the human versus human, we've almost forgotten about our other matchup, which is Under and G battling for the top of the map. Under.sta has gone 100 food versus the 80 food of G, and I'm wondering how quickly it's going to take G to recognize that, because he is definitely not going to win a 80 versus 100 food battle against Under.
Yeah, and I did see, while the humans were fighting, that Under.sta, while they were at 50 and 50, he was destroying the entangled gold mines of G, so G couldn't mine, and then breath of firing all the wisps when they popped out. So he did that at least once, I think maybe twice.
Yep, and you can definitely see it in the fact that the gold mine is, or the gold count is almost even at this point, if you factor in the fact that Under went for the 100 food army. Under does have a completely anti-air army, so G will be at a very big disadvantage if he ends up fighting this without having a full army of his own.
Yeah, this is smart, I think, by Under.sta, because I think he's recognized that humans are basically fighting probably to the death, and he really only has to focus on this army from G, which if he crushes, which he will with this army composition, he's going to have a huge boost in experience.
And so we do see G being able to take out one of Under's expansions himself. Noexxx did try to take one of the middle expansions, which, much to my surprise, neither of them have really been exploited at this point. But right after finishing his power build, GEASS came in and took it out. So Noexxx still struggling to find extra sources of income at this point in the game.
Yeah, in fact, he has no income. His main base, gold mine's gone, and he has no expansions. So he's going to have to figure out something quick, or we might be seeing him eliminated.
And we do see him going a little bit more of a heavy anti-GEASS army. He's got both mortars and some tanks and some spellbreakers mixed into the action.
Yeah, he's even got a knight.
I feel bad for that one single knight. Oh no, he's building a couple more. Never mind, I take it back. The knights are not going to be too effective though, because he's going to be hitting himself with a little bit of Blizzard. He's going to have GEASS hitting him with Blizzard, and GEASS actually went Thunderclap with his Mountain King, which is not too common, but will be very effective against the melee unit, the Knight.
Yeah, I agree. The knights are pretty good against tanks and spellbreakers, though, if you can keep them alive.
A big if at this point in the game. Alright, and we do see a little bit of a fight breaking out here between GEASS and Noexxx. It's going to be a lot of jockeying for position, though. And so we've got the mortar teams focusing fire in on the siege engines. I'm actually surprised to see that. They should really be going after those breakers. And they are shifting to the breakers. Breakers are all at low health now for GEASS. GEASS's army is going down really quickly.
Yeah, but we saw Noexxx flew his griffins over the tanks again. He was targeting the Archmage with them. Thankfully, he did recognize it and saved all 3 of them. And
so a pretty even fight there. The first time we can say that all game. Actually, the slight advantage to Noexxx. Noexxx is fighting with a much larger army, though, because it's important to remember he doesn't have any peasants or any of his food is tied up in expansion. So everything that we see in that 95 food army is fighting units. It's not lumber harvesters, it's not gold harvesters.
Yeah, and I'm shocked to say this, but G just won the fight against Under.sta up at the top. I only caught the tail end of it, but he used Cyclone on the Demon Hunter and Panda, I believe, and was able to get a better Breath of Fire usage off, which allowed him to force the TP from Under.sta.
Yep, and we do see that he must have done a pretty good job in that battle. He entered the battle with just his Panda having just reached level 4, and now it's at about 4 2/3, so good fight for him. We're still continuing to see Under.sta is going purely anti-air, not investing anything in Chimeras at this point.
We have another fight down at the bottom with Noexxx going straight onto the main again of GEASS. This time is looking a little better. He's got the mortar teams in a pretty safe position. He's avoiding the blizzard. I think it's going pretty well for him.
Yep, and this is one of the first times I think I've ever seen this many tanks used in the same fight. One thing that I do see though is he is managing to get a couple of waves of blizzard off on those mortar teams. Noexxx is going to have to be careful, or else he's going to end up losing a lot of his units to the same AoE attack.
Good news for him, he's taken out 2 workshops, and GEASS is down to just 1.
And down goes the Mountain King. So big mistake by GEASS there. He's got the Paladin who, while out of mana, he does have Staff of Sanctuary. He could have saved that.
Yeah, and another good news for Noexxx is G is scouted with his Owl Scout that Noexxx wasn't really mining. So you might be thinking GEASS is winning, when in fact, I mean, GEASS sort of is winning based on the gold, but he's in trouble right now. I don't think he should back up. I think he should go.
And I'm thinking that he might just be taking a few seconds to heal up a little bit and then go back in. There's really no incentive for him to not keep fighting.
If he sniped that altar, that could be huge.
He could snipe the altar. He could easily snipe the castle, too, and force GEASS to rebuild perhaps in the bottom left.
It looks like G lost another expansion at the top. He's probably going shopping. I think that's why he's down here. I don't think he's going to attack Noexxx, I would assume. That'd be weird.
Yeah. I think that we talked a little bit about this in the pregame show, that the challenge with this map is getting a hold of scrolls of healing.
The Archmage just went down. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh my goodness.
What a huge mistake. I think he was trying to get healed, but his Paladin was blocked by his own tank.
And I think he might have a psychic connection with Noexxx, because Noexxx does decide to snipe that altar, and I've got to think that the castle will be close behind it.
Yeah, this is very bad for GEASS.
Well, I've got to say, I'm really impressed. Noexxx, he had the wrong army composition early on, but he did manage to figure it out, and his mix of units now, and he's using 6 different units in his army, is really the secret sauce that he needed to get back into this game.
Yeah, his army composition was great. It really countered what GEASS had. He needs to control his heroes a little better. He ran all 3 of them in to the towers, but thankfully he backed them up. And
I think we see the Paladin go down. So all of the heroes for GEASS are eliminated at this point. I've got to think, yep, and if you look in the bottom left base, you'll see that GEASS is acknowledging what I was about to say. It might be time for him to throw in the towel on his main base.
Yeah, I would agree. He needs to start rebuilding. He doesn't have a lot of lumber, though. That's the problem. He really should be... Okay, he is building peasants at his other expansion to harvest lumber, so that'll be a big help. I think Under.sta scouted, although he's in a middle of a fight, so he might not have really actually seen it.
Yep, very... Holy cannoli. G absolutely decimating Under.sta in this battle. He eliminated his Keeper of the Grove and barely lost a single unit, taking out about 20 food of Under.sta.
I didn't see, maybe you did, but we did see G go shopping for those scrolls. Do you know if Under.sta had scrolls? Do you think that would be the reason for how one-sided that fight turned out?
I did not notice whether Sta had scrolls or not, but one thing that he was doing that was super effective was using was going for the Cyclone usage on the heroes, and it's a little bit strange. I'm not sure why G is going after Noexxx in the middle at this point, but big mistake by Noexxx trying to TP in and heroically save his expansion. He's losing a decent amount of food.
Yeah, that was pretty bad for Noexxx. He should just let that go and try to focus on on mining the 2 mines on the right.
Agreed. And taking a look at it, so the one important thing for Noexxx though is that he has reached level 6 with his Archmage, so he has won that race, and so his ability to maintain control over this map is drastically improved from where it was just a couple of minutes ago. And we see Noexxx killing off a couple of units in his middle right expansion. It looks like he's going to finally drop back down to low upkeep.
Yes, I agree. And GEASS, no, he's at 62. I was thinking he might try to hoard, but I think he's going to stick to 80. It'd be pretty risky to hoard here, but possible. Do you think they switch targets? I mean, Noexxx and GEASS just pieced, so do you think Noexxx and G are going to start fighting?
Well, if they do, I've got to give the slight advantage to Noexxx. Now, of course, Noexxx has a lot less gold, but just by virtue of the fact that he's got mass teleport will allow him to really wreak havoc on G's base. And G does not have a secondary town tree in his main base, so if you take out that Tree of Eternity, you have complete reign for about 15-20 seconds of going after the rest of his production buildings.
Yeah, I agree. I like G's base, but I would like it more if he had a second tree.
Absolutely.
Build a little path, lead away a little path to the north from the trees. Something like that.
Absolutely. You know, another thing he could do is he could actually lock up his base just by moving one of his Ancient of Wars back and then throwing up one more Moonwell. He'd actually be able to just close his base to any units entering it.
Yeah, that would be really smart for him to do.
G did drop back to 80 food, though, so it looks like he's going to go back to his kind of passive gold mining ways.
Yeah, Under.sta does have the most gold at this point. But G's Panda level 5? Yeah, level 5. So.
Yeah. So that's probably the most surprising part of this game so far is taking a look at the hero levels. They barely moved at all for Under.sta. He's still rocking a 4-2-2 hero combination, and that's versus G, who, when they first started fighting, only had level 3-1-1. So he really was way behind in hero levels, and I expected that was going to result in a pretty easy win for Sta.
I did too. But he's going to have we've never seen him this whole season in this position. He's always been less gold, better heroes, and it's reversed. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays this out in this position. We haven't seen it yet before.
Well, we see that this is not going to become too passive of a game. GEASS is rebuilding his army in the bottom left. Most players would not have tried to do this. I'm happy that he is, though. He's putting some space between himself and Noexxx by moving his expansion to his main base to the bottom left.
Yeah, it's smart. now all players basically have their mains in the corners, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The problem is he does have a lot of production buildings still in his old main. That could
Absolutely
be a problem later.
So the one really good thing about Noexx's move to take out and basically nullify GEASS's original base is that he's able to take the second mine to hit the left of his main base. So he's picking up about 15k gold there, but that's only bringing him even with everybody else. That's his third gold mine. Everybody else is getting 4 gold mines as expansions, so he's going to be behind this entire game.
Yeah, I agree, and based on his hero levels, they're going to say, oh, you weren't losing that much, you were winning the fights. But we know that wasn't really the case. He won one really big fight, but basically was losing up to that point. So it'll be interesting to see what the other players think about his gold count. I would assume he has more than what he does, just if I were playing the game.
Yeah, I would as well. One thing that I'd like to think that I would take notice of, though, is that he is 1 gold mine less than everybody else. The thing, though, is that at some point you just stop caring, because when you're facing level 6 Archmage, you don't really care how much gold they have. You just want that person out of the game.
Yeah. And GEASS, he's going to be there soon too, though, so that might relieve some pressure off of Noexxx in a kind of a weird kind of way. Just because if you're not the only one with mass TP. Well, this is interesting. He's using Blizzard on his pen.
Bold strategy. So we see that Under is going back for G, and I mentioned this a little bit before the game, that concept of tunnel vision, and we floated the idea that maybe the fights would change in terms of who is fighting who. Part of me thinks that Under will continue going after G until one of them is dead.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm not sure if he'll go until they're dead, but I don't think he wants to switch his army composition. Just because he's been fighting G, he might be thinking, I can't get rid of all my anti-air, because what if G just attacks and kills me? It's tough as Night Elf. You have to balance those chimeras and hippogriffs, especially fighting as human and Night Elf.
Talk a little bit more about that. The biggest complaint that people have about Night Elf is that it's just spam chimeras and hippogriffs, and that's all there is to playing it. What's your thoughts on that? Is it really that simple, or is there a little bit more going on there than some people are willing to acknowledge?
There is more going on than people are willing to acknowledge. A lot of, I don't want to say generic Night Elf players, but I'm not sure what else to say, but they do have that mentality of, oh, well, I'll just get a lot of gold and spam my air armies. But you really have to think, if you're fighting a Night Elf, you have to go less on the chimeras, because you're not going to really snipe a hero unless they mess up. And you really just want to wipe their air army and get a huge experience bonus. Whereas if you're fighting a human, you can't really have that many hippogriffs, because tanks shred them very quickly. You need the chimeras. You need mostly chimeras. And it can be a hard balancing act, because if one of the other races attacks you suddenly, you have a completely wrong army composition, and you can flat out die. I mean, Night Elf bases are pretty fragile, so if you have a bunch of anti-air and a human decides to hit you with a bunch of tanks, that's it for you. You have to basically give up your base.
And it looks like we're about to have a big fight here between Under.sta and G. And one thing I want to point out that G is doing really smart, he's got Invisibility Potion on his Panda, which is going to allow him to get really clutch positioning for a big Breath of Fire and Haze if he decides to go for it. Looks like he's not quite ready to commit to the battle just yet, but he does have a Roar ready to go on his 100 food army as well. And Under is going to go ahead and engage, and down comes a very big Breath of Fire and Haze going off. Scrolls are being popped, and another, yet again, great usage of Cyclone, taking Under.sta's Panda out of the battle. Down goes the Keeper of the Grove. 38 food lost for Under.sta versus 17 food for G. So another huge win by G.
It was huge. We have another huge fight going on at the bottom. This one, it looks like Noexxx is losing this time.
Yeah, but it looks like Noexxx decided to engage 80 food in a 100 food army with an 80 food army, and we see the disastrous results down below. Now, the one good thing, though, is that when you lose with an 80 food army, you're not getting quite as much experience, and Noexxx is actually turning it around a little bit. He was able to pull off a pretty good Breath of Fire and Haze on the soft targets of GEASS, and GEASS down to 64 food. Doesn't look like he's going to have the ability to push on Noexx's base, and Noexxx may choose to stay at 50 now that he's down at this nice comfy level.
Yeah, Noexxx really turned that. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Big mistake there. Again, when you look at Noexx's heroes, both of them had a Staff of Sanctuary that was not on cooldown. Should have been able to save that Archmage. Big mistake for him there. So we're going to continue to see the fighting between Noexxx and GEASS. Noexxx trying to get a couple of towers up at his expansion for some extra defense.
Looks like we're having another big fight at the top as this one winds down at the bottom. And actually, no, G is just going to get the expansion and get out of there. I think he could have taken the fight, but he didn't know. He wasn't at 100. He might have thought Under.sta went straight to 100 again.
Yep, we do see him picking up another anti-magic potion. So what G has been doing every single fight is both getting amazing positioning with his panda and then popping that anti-magic potion right away. So he gets two really good Breath of Fire hazes off in a row. And that's partially due to the anti-magic potion, partially due to a little bit of item luck, picking up both of those pendants of mana.
Yeah, he's been doing a very, very great job with that. I'm honestly pretty surprised and impressed. His Night Elf versus Night Elf understanding is he's showing a pretty high level there.
And it looks like Noexxx was able to alter his Archmage back, so we're going to see him chasing a little bit towards GEASS's base, but I think he's realizing that he's fighting with half-empty hand here because he's bringing 50 food to a 90 food fight, so might want to pull back at this point.
Yeah, I don't think he's realized yet that that's going to be 100 food.
And oh my goodness, and another huge fight in the middle of the map. This time, it looks like G was the one who lost that battle. But both armies suffering huge losses. We've got 62 food for Under, and well, G just started pumping, so we don't know quite where he dropped to. But he did lose his level 4 Priestess.
I think I saw he dropped to 57, so it was pretty even, other than the hero. But Understa's only at 2, 3, 4 still, so I don't think he's really winning these fights decisively, or any fights that we've seen so far.
And oh boy,
all out. He's only got 1,000 gold left. I think he's kind of tunnel visioning on Noexxx here.
And Noexxx is going to have to get out of here really quickly because he is bringing a very small army, and he's not going to be able to win this fight if he tries taking it.
No, he's very stubborn about not wanting to go over 50. But that's his only mining base, so I think he needs to start pumping.
He does have the same problem that him and GEASS have both had all game. He's now lumber blocked, 3 lumber, 4,600 gold, 46 pop.
I think I'm lagging.
Well, I don't see you lagging.
Oh, okay, the game started to freeze a lot. Hopefully it was just a momentary thing.
Don't go, Mog. I can't do this without you.
I know, I'm like hoping. I think it's getting a little better. It's spiking a little bit, but hopefully it settles down.
What are you running, like a Commodore 64 over there? What's going on?
No, sometimes my internet does this where it freaks out for a couple minutes and then it settles down.
Alright, so we have yet another battle between G and Under.sta in the works. Under.sta, it's funny, you talked about it a little bit earlier, but he is still in a dominating gold position. He is lagging way behind on hero levels. But because he's got so much gold, and he's not exactly known for being a high gold player, I'm wondering if this is actually a particularly advantageous position for him that people might not recognize. Hey, this guy's got over 10k gold.
Yeah, and the reverse is true for G. People are going to think, people as in GEASS and Noexxx are going to think, oh, G of course has more gold than Under.sta, when in reality he doesn't. So you're right, I think it could be a really good position for him. He does really need to get some levels though. I mean, that panda's only sitting at 3. Ideally, you really need it at 5, especially against strong humans.
And greedy, we do see that GEASS is going for the expansion directly to the left of Noexxx, so Noexxx is continuing to engage in battles with him. This is going to end up just being one of those Pyrrhic victories for whoever comes out on top, because both of them are now in very bad position when it comes to resources, and regardless who wins, I don't think that they're going to be able to take out whichever elf ends up winning their one-on-one.
Yeah, and I think, well, no, not if Under.sta keeps going at him. I was going to say G might help Noexxx, but Under.sta, like you said, I think that tunnel vision, he hasn't really done anything this game except attack. He even moved his army past the top of the map.
I think the only time he dipped below the top 75% was just long enough to attack someone's expansion for like a brief second, but then he went back. Oh, and to creep in the first 10 minutes. It's a good fight by Noexxx.
This time Under.sta using Cyclone on the Panda, and it's working out very well for him.
Oh my goodness.
This is keeper.
Oh, everybody's heroes are going down at this point. Oh my goodness. Huge mistake by G here. G is losing his entire army.
And he's going to lose all his chimeras because he can't TP out.
Yep, so this is just what Under.sta was looking for, and he has now lost pretty much everything. Any gold advantage that G had, any hero advantage that he had, has now been wiped off of the map, and at this point we might even end up seeing Under just decide to push for his main base. He barely lost anything in that battle and took out 60 pop for G.
Yeah, what was his Demon Hunter Panda were 4 and 3 before that fight, and now they're 6 and 5. That was
unbelievable.
Exactly what he needed.
Yep.
He's in a dominating position now with this huge gold advantage, too. And to be honest, I don't think these humans are going to stop.
I don't see that happening either. Both GEASS and Noexxx are just locked in Mortal Kombat at this point, and at this point it almost seems like a pride thing. I've actually had this happen in one of my finals matches. I ended up fighting Human Star to the bitter end, and then you just have someone swoop in who's got much higher heroes and much better gold than you.
Yeah, it looks like Human Star might be doing this. I mean, GEASS might be doing this in this game as well.
No, this is just a completely new random German human player. Very common in the world. So we do see GEASS mass TP in. So the one thing GEASS has got going for himself, other than the fact that he's got, and channeling his inner German, GEASS is talking about total war at this point. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's been waging for the rest of this game, but I'm not sure that they really have any choice but to continue fighting. This middle gold mine is something that Noexxx desperately needs if he's going to have any chance of winning in the long term.
Yeah, or I think he could survive if he could just get this bottom gold mine.
Yeah, it's got 9,000 gold, so about 6,000 after taxes. So if he can manage to get that and hold that, I think he'll be fine. I agree with you.
And I think GEASS, he's only got 600 gold. I think he should stop. I mean, what do you think? Should he try to get this bottom gold mine? Because he does need it, but I don't think it's worth what it's going to cost, so to speak.
I mean, honestly, if GEASS keeps trying for this 9k gold, he's going to end up losing the game. It's that simple. He may eventually get it, but he won't be in any position to win the overall game. I'd like to see G start talking a little bit, he must recognize that he's kind of on his last breath here, and he's going to need to ask for some help at some point.
Yeah, well, he did say that he was dead after he lost that huge fight.
Mm-hmm.
But the humans were at the same time in a huge fight themselves, so maybe they didn't see, they might not care, they might just be wanting to kill each other. At this point, it's hard to tell.
Two things that I've noticed. One, it's you definitely need to ask for help more than once. It's very easy to end up missing those cries for assistance, at least the first time around. Yeah. And then the other thing is, they must recognize that at some level they must recognize that Under is at least a better fighter than G. So even though they haven't seen G fighting and winning most of the battles, at some level they must recognize that Under is at least not getting, completely tooled over here.
Yeah, and I think this manip from Under.sta is not really going to work out now that he's got 6 and 5 on his Team Hunter and Panda. Because, I mean, sure, G has a little bit of a hero advantage, but it's very minimal at this point. It's not like it was earlier. And like you said, the humans probably didn't see that earlier, so they're just going to look at it now like, oh, he's got equivalent hero levels and a gold mine up, and he's Under.sta against G. No offense to G, but I think anyone that played in FML would be thinking, okay, Under.sta is going to win that fight.
Yep, and one little funny aside here, just because I'm a stat geek, we do have Under.sta and G fighting this entire game. They were the number 1 and number 2 players in the season, so we're getting what everybody hoped for, the best players battling it out.
Yeah, and they matched in round 4, but they didn't really fight the whole game, so that game was kind of not the best.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bizarre game. Maybe you got to wonder. Maybe Under.sta watched that replay and said, "You know what? I'm not going to have it go that way around this time, and I'm going to take the fight to G early on." G kind of taking a departure from how he had been playing. He doesn't have invisibility on his Panda. He needs to definitely be emphasizing a good position for his Panda if he's going to hope to win this battle.
Yes, I agree. Here we go. Going to depend a lot on the Breath of Fire and the haze here.
And yep, Breath of Fire comes down on both armies. We have a really good usage of Healing Ward by G. Not sure how big of an advantage it is, but it looks like it's actually making a huge difference. We've got almost all of Under.sta's army eliminated at this point. And Under is forced to TP away, losing almost all of his army, 70 pop away, and no levels for G. Well, he gets the level 7 Panda, but he does manage to take out the expansion of Under and the majority of his army. So with both of those expansions going down, Under is now on his last 11k gold, and only in free-for-all could you say someone's last 11k.
But G's only got 2,000. G really needs level 6 on that Keeper. It's very close. That was a great fight for him. But honestly, Tranquility is... I think that's what's called, right? His level 6
yep.
ability. Such an underrated ability, especially in these situations. It has such a short cooldown. You can heal your whole army. You can just spam it, basically.
Absolutely, and G does have a lot of wells, but it will spare you a lot of well juice as well if you can just heal your entire army and not have to worry about blowing through it on 20 hippogriffs. One interesting thing I want to point out that I'm going to give it the Play of the Game award to G. He went for level 3 Thorn Zora at level 5 Keeper. And I'm not going to say that's what's winning him all of these battles, but Thorns is one of those things that when it got buffed a couple of patches ago, I think that it's probably giving him a little bit of a leg up in terms of the air versus air battles with Under.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, level 3 Thorns Aura compared to level 1, so that's a big difference. And he also has the Priest of the Moon Aura. I know that doesn't affect the Hippogriffs at all, but it does affect the Chimeras and the Druid of the Talon. And I mean, even just the Talon plus 15, that's a big buff. And then with Roar, it's even higher.
Absolutely. You know, Talons are so underappreciated, but between the Roar and the True Shot Aura, and the fact that their damage type is extremely effective against both the Hippogriffs and the Chimeras, you've got to recognize that they're doing a whole lot of damage, and they're very cost effective at only 135 gold apiece.
I agree. It looks like we have another. This is a pretty even fight so far, but Noexxx did not all those Griffin.
So Noexxx, I'm actually surprised he's not popping his Panda Ultimate. The Panda Ultimate is the one thing that makes a Panda not completely worthless in these late game Spellbreaker battles, because the Panda Ultimate is so clutch versus mass Spellbreakers.
You know what I gotta point out? Well, I'll wait till after this fight, but it looks like Noexxx gonna get that Paladin out of there. He might go all out. I think he's gonna just destroy this whole expansion.
I agree. I think he's going to try to take it out.
Oh, he really needs that that heal staff with the mercenary. I think that'd be really effective. Just pop it outside a little bit, heal up his whole army.
I agree. He's got to be careful though. His Paladin is about to drop out of Divine Shield, and it is level 2 Divine Shield.
And level 5. So
a few more seconds, and he will have that level 3 Divine Shield though. Or do you think he'll get Resurrection with his level 6 Paladin?
I think he'll get Resurrection. With the Knight and the Spellbreakers, it could be useful. That's a tough one though. I mean, Divine Shield is pretty powerful. Oh,
this
what I was going to say is
go for it.
Match is very unlike a lot of our past finals in that there's a non-stop action, and because of that, even though the map is almost mined out, no one really, I mean, Under.sta has a good amount of gold, but usually we get to these situations and people are at like 20,000 versus 10,000, you know, or something like that. Whereas in this game, really, everyone except Under.sta is in a very low gold position. I mean, to the point where they're almost on their last army, or basically are at their last army. And even Under.sta at 8.7, that's not that comfortable of a position. You would think, if I had 8.7, I'd be thinking everyone else probably has like 5,000 or 6,000, you know, at least. So I just think that's really interesting, as we have another fight here with the humans.
And it looks like now we've got GEASS TPing to Noexx's expansion and vice versa. So lots of back and forth here. At this point, though, I've got to think that Noexxx needs to recognize he's spending a lot of gold and a lot of time trying to take this middle expansion out, and by the time he gets rid of it, it's going to be mined out anyway.
Oh yeah, it's only got 900 left. I mean, maybe he hasn't seen it. He must have though. He was far enough in. It's really that 10,000 gold mine that G just got that they should be fighting over.
Absolutely, and I was just thinking that, you know, again, this goes back to that point where I think people are going to end up overestimating G's gold count, but there's no way they're going to let him keep that gold mine for more than a couple of minutes.
No. As they scan it, I'm not sure which human just scanned it, but one of them did, and surely they're going to say something. You have to imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. So if Noexxx can take the rest of this expansion out, he'll end up with about 6,000 gold in his coffers, which is actually a pretty good position to be in. The only thing that is working against him at this point is he's got the Panda, which is not a terrible late-game hero for human, but on the flip side, you would really like to have level 3 Stormbolt.
He's going to have a really hard time against G if they have to fight late game, because if G gets level 6 on his Keeper and Empress Moon, which you imagine he will, because they're both level 5, he's basically not going to be able to fight in a base, you know what I mean? Like, if G is defending and he uses his ultimates, he's going to have to get out, or if G is attacking, he's going to have to get out, because you just can't do anything about it. I mean, sure, you have the Panda ultimate, but you really want to, you can't really rely on that, I don't think. Not as consistently as a Stormbolt.
Absolutely. And, Noexxx is in a doubly bad position because he's got about 15 towers in his base, but it's very front-loaded. G could easily run in. There's a little hole on the left side of his base here. He could run in and force a TP by Noexxx. The TP would be straight into Tranquility and Starfall, and that is a deadly combination for anybody, but if you have no way of interrupting it, you're triply screwed. I'm not even going to say doubly screwed, you're triply screwed.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't know how I didn't really realize this, but GEASS's heroes are so much lower than Noexxx. Let's see, 766 compared to 456. I don't know. I just, for some reason, I thought their fights were a little more even than that.
You know what it is? GEASS has not been fighting well all game. He's just been bringing much larger armies that have forced Noexxx back and kept Noexxx from being able to take any sort of position advantage.
Yeah,
but he has not been a very effective fighter this game. So he's mined out. By the end of this game, by virtue of the fact that he took one of these middle mines, and I'm really surprised that nobody went for a middle mine earlier because they do have a lot more gold than the side mines. But he'll probably have finished off, I don't know, about 5,000 gold higher than Noexxx. But he's at this point really just got no chance of winning this from a gold perspective. He's going to need to have a really good fight, kind of like when Under got those 2 full hero levels against G, and he's going to have to rely on Hero Arena in a very late game win if he's got any hope of winning this.
Yeah, and actually GEASS's will have mined even more than that, because Noexxx only took his main and those 3 expansions, whereas GEASS had all that plus the middle mine. So
you're right.
What is the middle mine at? 15,000?
I believe it's 15,000, and then the expansions are 12.5, so you do get a little bit of a bump there. So he'll be about 15 higher than Noexxx.
Yeah, but yet he has less gold. So like you said, he really has not been effective in fighting. Kind of like Under.sta, to be honest. It's very weird reversal of what we expected pre-game.
Yeah, for anybody just joining in, we've got the FML Season 23 finals. The current game state is as follows. We've got Under in the top left. He's known more for his solo and very high impact micro skills, but he's been losing all of his fights. He's got the most gold at 10k gold. Conversely, we've got G in the top right with 4k gold now. He's been winning all of his fights despite being known more for his macro than his micro. Bottom right, we've got Noexxx, who's kind of our wild card player. He's been fighting GEASS all game long and coming out on top for the most part. He's with probably the best hero levels of anybody in the game. And then GEASS, this corpse of a base in the bottom middle is where his first base used to be. He migrated to the bottom left. He's got 300 gold and a 97 food army, and not looking too good for him.
But he does have some, I mean, you obviously don't want to do this right now, but he's got some good items for selling later in the game. He doesn't need the Scourge of Bone Chimes, whatever the hell it is. You don't want to sell it now when you're in high upkeep, but he's got a long way to go, I guess, before that point, considering Under.sta's 10,000. But he's not out of it, is what I'm trying to say.
Definitely not out of it, but it's going to be an uphill battle for him, especially because he will have to start selling items to rebuild.
Doing that.
And GEASS is just going full Honey Badger status on G at this point, mass TPing into his expansion.
He's his own tanks.
Well, you know what? They probably had it coming. So G, of course, has just no counter to 12 Spellbreakers coming after him. So he's going to have to pull back, even though he's got far better hero situation, and just allow his expansion to die.
Well, this goes to show the point that we were discussing earlier in the game, where he has an army to defend against Under.sta. He's not expecting all these tanks and breakers to mass TP, since he hasn't been fighting a human the whole game.
I kind of get it, though, even though it's a little crazy to pick a fight with one of the... Well, I guess everybody's stronger than GEASS at this point. But I just feel like there's no way that he can expect to be able to mine even half of the gold remaining, let alone the full gold mine.
Right, and he's going to have to mine it at high upkeep because he's going to be constantly having to defend armies.
Exactly.
It's kind of a lose-lose situation, though. I mean, I'm not saying it's the wrong move, because if he doesn't do this, then he's going to be sitting at 300 gold the rest of the game, and somehow trying to make that work with the worst level heroes. I mean, he has mass TP, but, you know, against G and Noexxx, it's not going to be enough. So, I don't know. It's a tough decision to make. He's in the worst position by far. At least he was decisive and went for it, I guess.
Yep. And we do see him sell off an item. I didn't note which one it was, but that did get him back up to enough gold to start building a town hall. This town hall is almost certainly going to get canceled in the next 30 seconds. So it's I feel kind of bad for him, but he's going for it.
Flies his chins slowly over the whole army.
And so we do see that G is going to pop his ultimate with his panda, and as I mentioned before, the panda ultimate is very effective against spellbreakers. The fire and earth spirits, both dealing normal damage, are able to cut through the spellbreakers pretty quickly.
Yeah, people often underestimate how strong the panda ultimate is, but like the fire elements, the 68 and between 82 damage, it's a lot with a pretty fast attack speed too.
And I always mix up what the special ability of the Earth Spirit is called. It's the same thing that the Tauren unit has, where it stomps the ground and deals AoE, but that's also very effective against breakers.
Yeah.
And
I think it's pulverize.
Pulverize, that's right.
He also has taunt too, which, you know, I mean, people can micro against that, but sometimes it can be useful.
No, I absolutely agree, and kind of strange. I would have expected to see G do some Kims over trees and just take out this town hall with his snipe, but looks like he's being a gentleman about it and trying to fight him head on.
Yeah, and as everyone can see, GEASS is totally out of gold because you can't even power build the town hall.
Yeah, you gotta. Part of me feels bad for GEASS. Part of me just wonders how he can be so badly behind on gold despite mining the most of anybody this game.
Right. I mean, I've seen him play better than he has this game. Let's just say that. I mean, his fighting has not been as good as Noexxx. I mean, that's all there is to it. Noexxx outplayed him in battles and army composition and micro. So. I know as the grand finals, people don't always show their best games.
You know, if G is
pressure, so
I'm wondering if G was being really mean and deciding to let the town hall get built only to snipe it afterwards, because he can actually snipe it from the left-hand side, almost completely guarded by the trees.
Yeah, he can even kill all the peasants and run away. There's no dragon hawks to shackle him, so it would be pretty safe. Oh, I'm gonna try to fight.
Yep, the honorable Finn G.
Well,
is he the Finn? I can't remember.
He might just be thinking he can keep sniping off units, not losing anything, and get some near level 6. Of course, he also dropped GEASS to low upkeep, so GEASS should actually be pretty thankful. Did it lose you? Are you still there?
Nope. I'm still here. It's just there's a lot to take in. I'm still trying to find. Okay, so I just found Noexx's army. So he's doing. He's getting ready for the long haul over here. So this is within the tree line here. So people might not expect this from a human player, but he blew his way into the middle of this forest here, and it looks like he's probably going to start building a couple of buildings. If he wants to go super meta, he might even kill his town hall here, so that nobody even expects it.
Yeah, I don't think he'll go that meta, but he might just leave like a portion of his army. No one's really been scouting him, so they might not even know that he has that big of an army left. No, okay, he's gonna mass TP.
And the one thing that makes this move kind of pointless is that we do see that G is just kind of spamming owl scouts all over the map. But this is the first move by anybody on this map to attempt to have kind of a contingency plan if they lose their base. One thing that I usually notice in FML matches is a lot of proxy wisps and peasants and stuff like that to rebuild once a base is destroyed, and this is the closest thing to that we've got.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Night Elves have not done that. Usually by this point they at least have one hidden tree away. Granted, it's been a very action-packed game, so sometimes things like that you don't think about when you're trying not to lose all your stuff.
And so this is we've got Noexxx and GEASS battling again. I feel like we've probably both said that about 20 times so far this game. No big surprise either. He's mined about 1,800 gold from the gold mine, so net up about 1,300. But he's lost a couple of units defending it. Those knights earlier. He keeps threatening a suicide on anyone who tries to take this gold mine from him, but I just feel like even though he's got the crummy hero levels, you really just can't afford to let someone... Oh my goodness, you gotta feel bad for him in this position.
It is frustrating, but... Well, I mean, he can't have expected anything different, right? Like, it's the only gold mine left. Everyone's low on gold, except for Under.sta, who's happily just AFK in his base.
I think that he may actually be AFK. He's just like, you know what? Everybody else is content fighting each other. He must know. Maybe he knows that he has the most gold, or he suspects it.
We got proof he's flying a hippogriff.
Are we sure it's not on?
It could be just
patrol.
Around, yeah. Oh, maybe it is. It just hit that spot and turned around.
How great would that be?
Under.sta's over there eating lunch. He's like, oh, 11:30, time for a sandwich.
I'm missing all of the football games right now.
I know, I'm missing my Ravens game. Oh well. It's not aired here anyways.
Need to get a red zone or something. Or season pass.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got GEASS just kind of camping in the middle of the base, or in the middle of the map. He's gotten about 2,400 gold out of this gold mine now. Started at just north of 7,000. Noexxx is right outside of it. Looks like he might be thinking about fighting him at this point.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm really shocked that G didn't just snipe it earlier, though.
Yeah,
he's got
the chat, G is saying he thought GEASS was going to suicide him, so he didn't do that. But I agree with you. I really think he should have sniped it. Or at least sniped the peasant. I mean, something.
Yeah, or taking out the peasants. I don't know. It was a little bit more passive than I would have expected even from G.
I agree. And this is where Noexxx really wishes he had a Mountain King. Because, as we saw there, there's really nothing he can do as far as focusing heroes.
Yep, and the only thing that he's got going for him is he was able to force the Paladin to pop his Divine Shield, so he won't have to deal with that for another 30 seconds or so. It does have the Potion of Lesser Invulnerability, though.
Yeah, and maybe he could get some Breath of Fires off and weaken the tanks a little bit. He's not currently doing that, but I don't know. I don't even think this is worth it for Noexxx. Like, I understand the idea. Like, you don't want this guy to get back in the game by mining this huge gold mine, and it doesn't look like the other players seem to care. But you don't have enough gold to be risking losing a hero. Or
he's gonna go Breath of Fire, Haze, Breath of Fire, Harass, and then
Blizzard.
Yep, and then he's.
Oh my gosh. I love it and hate it at the same time.
I know. Part of me feels bad for GEASS. Part of me says, why hasn't he built at least one tower there to have the visibility? He's going to pick up a gyrocopter at this point, so that'll give him a little bit of a vision.
Yeah, and then scan that.
Fool me. What's the saying? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame. I don't know what it is.
No, other way around. Fool me once. Wait, no. I don't know. I don't know it either.
You know what he could do is he could just TP in. He could just send his paladin and TP his entire army in and probably snipe the town hall. Because he's got enough tanks that he could, between the tanks, a couple of...
Oh, shit.
Oh, no. I see.
Oh,
no.
Am I here?
You're here.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
You lagged for a second, but we didn't lose you.
Okay. Thankfully, no one said, "Get out, Mog!" Because we might have a passive game here for the next 3,000 gold. As I say that, Noexxx runs and he keeps doing this to me.
You keep jinxing the passive game, which is probably a good thing. I don't think anyone wants to watch.
And we just saw Under.sta's not AFK because he said something.
But he is still sitting at 80 food. I think he's probably trying to decide what direction he wants to go in, anti-ground or anti-air, depending on who ends up needing to fight. So smart move by him.
Yeah, G's doing the same thing. It's like, do you want fortunes or something else?
Yep. And we see a tank go down for GEASS, so he's lost a tank and a... Ooh, and a nice surround. Oh my goodness, and very close. 13 HP, but he does take out another knight and another tank. So 12 food lost for GEASS, 3 food and a... actually, a little bit more for Noexxx, isn't it? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of.
I mean, so it was worth it for Noexxx, but it was... gave me a heart attack. I thought he was going to lose that Archmage.
Very close, yeah. One thing that Noexxx could do if he really wanted to take out this Expo, he could actually try to take out the rest of GEASS's main base. He needs everything from there. He needs the farms from there for food production.
Yeah.
He's still using the Arcane Sanctums for production. I mean, if he takes that out, it's completely undefended.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, and honestly, he could just send 1 tank or 2 tanks. I don't know if you said that. You probably did. But that way, if GEASS tries to TP over there to save it, then he can wipe out the expansion.
Yep. But now we got 5,000 gold mine for GEASS. He's not really adding any gold to his bank, though, because he's not able to keep this gold mine unmolested. He's losing a decent number of units to the harass of Noexxx.
Yeah, and this honestly is going to probably work against him because everyone's going to say, "Oh no, we let you mine 7,000," and yet he doesn't have any gold still.
I don't want to say that he's predictable, but the fact that Under just lost a single hippogriff to that he was scouting with, and then decides to go attack, he's definitely one of those players that just does not handle when someone else does anything to his units.
You might be right about that. And it might not be bad for him, though. He needs experience. He's got the most gold. GEASS is looking the weakest right now.
And honestly, I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame. The Demon Hunter and Panda combination is so effective against the army that GEASS is bringing to the table. Unfortunately
for Under.sta, he needed experience. He doesn't really need full time, and he didn't get any experience, I don't think. That level 3 Keeper of the Grove is basically worthless. I mean, he's just there for Entangle against G's ultimates at this point.
I would say that the Keeper is doing one thing, and it's so low level, it's almost like, hey, I'm under, but I've been losing all my fights. Look at my Keeper. It's almost deflecting people from paying too much attention to him.
Yeah, that's true. And we have seen, I mean, no offense, I think it was you in the finals that I won, where I was by far the weakest. I got destroyed first. And then I won because everyone ignored me. So you were the strongest in that game and got teamed, I think.
Wait, we played each other in a finals match?
Yeah, you were under FFA Master at the time. It was you and me and Great Wall and an undead. Who was the undead? Was it Tyrant? I don't know, some other undead.
I've played against Great Wall before.
I'm pretty sure it was you. Maybe it was G. No,
I
think it was you. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
I don't I feel like I haven't really played against you much. I feel like I would remember if I played against you in a finals match.
I'm pretty sure it was you. I remember distinctly sniping your last tree of ages or something that was hiding under, like behind a bunch of, you had your whole army on it and I couldn't beat your army and it was your last building, so I just sniped it.
Was it on Harvest of Sorrows?
No, it was on Twilight. God, maybe it wasn't you. Maybe I swear that was you though.
And folks, this is what happens when you have a 2-hour-long game. You get into conversations like this. What season was this? Because now we have to look this up. Because one of us has very bad memory.
It was season 18.
The season that you won, which I totally remembered. I was just testing you earlier. Alright, I think I have season 18's replay downloaded, so I'm going to just run it through a parser real quick just to check. Replay parser. One of us is very forgetful here.
Yeah.
Season 18 fun.
It was you, because you toned me at the beginning of the game and
I
basically
would...
killed me, and then the other two players saved me and then teamed you.
God, how many finals?
Oh, it wasn't Great Wall. It was Ludix.
Oh yeah, Ludix. That was the last season that he really played. Oh, I have played against Tyrant. Oh, that's so funny.
He was like an unknown. That was like his first season, second season or something.
Well, I'm sorry that I don't remember your finals win, considering it was against me. Maybe I tried to block it out.
I barely can remember it, and I won, so I'm not upset about it. It was a long time ago. All that to say, I was just making the point that I think Under.sta is in a really good position. Even though he has the worst heroes, you're probably right about that keeper. It's one of those, look at me, you don't have to worry about me in Hero Arena, so kill each other.
Sorry, I was reading through the chat logs of our of our match, which is no big surprise. Whenever you have a game like apparently the season 18 finals or this finals, late game it becomes more of a chat fest as everybody tries to jockey for position without risking a single unit.
Yeah. And this game is headed that way too. They're all starting to talk, which they really haven't much of the game. But this is where, especially in finals, this part of the game is so stressful for the players because no one has gold except for Under.sta. And you're trying to balance, especially, well, no, both races really are trying to balance their army compositions against the mirror matchup and then the other race. It's a very stressful time. If you lose a big fight, you might blow your chances at being the season 23 champion.
Yep, and we see Noexxx has gone 100 and he's harassing this middle expansion of GEASS yet again. I think the stranger thing, though, is that GEASS looks like he's willing to fight to protect his proxy base, and I don't quite get that, to be honest with you.
You could have just stopped that. GEASS is willing to fight. Fight anywhere against anyone. We've seen it all game long. Maybe not the best strategical play, but strategic. I don't know why I said strategical, but
the strategery is strong.
I'm just gonna make up words as the sentence is going.
It's alright. It'll keep the viewers on their toes. So we see G still at 80 food, 4,200 gold. So he'll have, I don't know, probably around 3,000 left when he goes full 100. Under.sta, of course, in the most dominating position, 8,300 gold, 77 pops. So he'll be about 6,000, 6,500 when he goes 100. GEASS deciding to save a little bit of gold, so he's at 80 food. Probably recognizes that he needs to have the ability to rebuild heroes should they die. Mm-hmm. And Noexxx at 3,700 and 100k. I'm sorry, 100 food. So he's in a pretty good position right now, considering his hero levels, and you know, all things told, he's in a pretty decent spot with gold.
You know, I gotta point this out because we're at this point in the game. G, who I initially liked his base setup, but after the initial front, which at this when you get into these kind of games, usually people start breaking down, the main bases and then switching targets. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And G has no moonwells besides the ones in the front. He's got 13 moonwells total, and they're all at the front of his base. So, if he gets teamed at some point and these buildings go down, it's going to be kind of tough. Whereas I like Under.sta's setup a little bit more, where it's almost like he's got sections to his base. Like he can defend up front, and then when that goes down, he can hop in the back and defend there, and still be in an okay position, later in the game. So.
Yeah, I usually call a base like Under is kind of collapsible. Like each layer leads into another layer that you can defend from. I've never been a big fan of this, and it's been common for a very long time where elves will actually build their front wall with moonwells. And he's got 80 food of moonwells right up front that could easily go down to a couple of Breath of Fire waves or Breath of Fire plus Blizzard. And during harass, it'll end up just absolutely handicapping him against the any of his opponents.
Yeah, even if it comes down to Elfmere, I mean, even Chimeras can just sit there and take out the Moonwells. And as a Night Elf defender, you don't want to run out into the fight. You want them to come into your base. So, I don't know. I mean, at least it's blocked off, so there's no there's no mass TP to the back or anything like that. Oh, he's finally gonna take out the old main base.
Old main base is going to see some action here. So GEASS is going to come in to try to defend it. No surprise, he has the option to fight or to run, and he's going to fight. So he's going to fight to save the old main base. And it looks like Noexxx is going to say, nope, not going to deal with this, and TP out almost as fast as he came in. GEASS, never one to miss a chance for battle, is going to chase this Soul Priest, and that'll get him to level 7 Archmage.
Yes, but he really needs level 6 Mountain King or level 5 Paladin, preferably both. But I think if he gets to that point, then he really legitimately has a shot to win. I mean, sure, he does right now, but what I'm saying is, if it comes down to a hero arena or something, he's got the best hero combination for it, in my opinion. I mean, Demon Hunter's good, but he's definitely got better than Noexxx with the Panda, so...
Absolutely. Just the Stormbolt alone, and it's weird to harp on it so much, but the Stormbolt allows him to focus down the Paladin, forcing an immediate Divine Shield, and then you kind of just fall back a little bit and then try to take that Paladin out of the fight. So late game, he definitely has the advantage against Noexxx, as well as against G, and then depending on how the hero levels shake out, he might even have it against Under as well.
Yeah, I would agree. We have some interesting chat here too, where it looked like G was posturing to attack Under.sta, and Under.sta says he's about to die, and Noexxx basically just flat out says, no, you can't feed on it. So it seems like all the players are thinking in their minds, Under.sta's not going to win, he's dead. He's easy for anyone to kill. He's basically just someone can kill him and tome a bunch of experience, and they don't want that to happen.
And a little bit of a weird positioning situation going on here. I don't know. I don't think G was paying attention, and that's why he wasn't able to take too much advantage of this. But no.
Yeah, that could have been really bad for Noexxx.
Yeah.
We didn't see an entangle, which was kind of surprising.
Yeah, he had a very easy shot, at least on the knight up there. But Noexxx is going to run away just as fast as he came in. He's going to be able to keep this peasant here, though. It doesn't look like, even though he's got the scout owl, that G is going to spot that guy.
And I think the Night Owls at this point are just going to sit in their bases, so it's up to the humans to force some action. We know GEASS will be keen to do that. And Noexxx has been showing pretty aggressive style all game, so I just don't know who the target is. They're all on even footing.
What? And this is gonna be a really weird thing to point out, but GEASS and Under both did that thing where they crept the expansion or the main base that was further away from them, And if they had done it the normal way, which is creeping the closest and then going further out, Under would have ended up with the Scourge Bone, whatever it's called, as opposed to GEASS, and that would have been so clutch for him in those air versus air battles with G early on.
Yeah, that's a really great item for Night Elf Mirror. And honestly, it's one of the items you kind of hope for, or at least I hope for if I'm Night Elf and there's other Night Elves in the game, or Undeads. I mean, it's just a good... It's so helpful on those Hippogriffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see a little bit of both the G and GEASS going after Noexxx at this point, and that does not bode well for Noexxx.
And he found the proxy town hall too. He's going to leave it, which is interesting. It's almost one of those, hey, I know it's here kind of a move. So I don't know if that pig was Noexx's or not, but we'll never know because now it's dead.
So they look like they're getting in position. Noexxx is trying to position it that we want to take out GEASS because GEASS has the Mountain King.
Smart minute.
G in the meanwhile, G is saying the strangest thing I think I've ever read in Free for All, which is that the 3-way would be simpler than the 4-way, which I don't know if that's ever really the case.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, G. Maybe simpler in the sense of it's easier to pick a target. It's almost like can be justifiable to 2 versus 1 someone, but when there's 4 players, you can't really 2 versus 1 someone because then one player either is just sitting there and doing nothing, or will backstab, or I don't know, something like that.
Absolutely.
But in this game, honestly, there's not someone who's so much stronger that you need to team them to death, in my opinion. They all really could win against anyone, I think.
And it's funny, this is going to sound really strange, but now that he's got the level 7 Archmage, even though his hero levels are pretty pathetic compared to everybody else, the level 7 Archmage does make him seem a little bit more threatening than he was previously.
Yeah, there's something about that number 7. I'm not saying that to be like, he's just, it really is like, oh shit, he's got a level 7 hero.
And so we got a little bit of a fight erupting here. 99 food for Noexxx, 86 food for GEASS. GEASS is dropping even lower in terms of gold, and he's about to lose one of his Dragonhawk riders, but it looks like this is going to be a pretty uneventful battle. Neither player looking to lose much in terms of food count.
He needs to save that Panda. He needs to snap it.
Yep, Panda in pretty bad position for getting out of there, but he will get out of there just in time, and Noexxx is going to fall back to his wall of towers.
And Noexxx played that basically perfectly. He didn't lose a single unit, and he sniped one Breaker, a Dragonhawk Rider. I feel like he got something else. He got like a couple units.
Yep.
Basically for free. And those are the kind of plays that you need to win the game in a position like this.
Absolutely. He's at this point, he just needs to slowly whittle GEASS's army down to the point that he won't be able to do these little attacks anymore.
Yeah, he's almost to that point too. A lot of those tanks are getting pretty low.
Yep, this is the one big problem that he's facing, though. He's got no way of stopping the mass TP because he doesn't have any stun effects other than the Cyclone ability of Pandaren Brewmaster.
What do you think about... So G is using these owls pretty well. I mean, I think he has a pretty good idea of what's going on. But do you think... Like, if you're G, are you hoping Noexxx kills GEASS or vice versa? Or are you just watching like, oh, cool, something's happening? I mean, like, are you thinking you need to team with Under.sta against one of the humans? Or are you thinking you're going to try to convince one of the humans to team Under.sta?
Alright, so I'm going to do my best to put myself into G's shoes right now.
Okay.
Even though I think that GEASS is Human Star, I don't know that he is, and just from the way that he chats, he comes off as kind of like a robotic player who isn't like that who isn't like Human Star, at least. I guess that's the one thing. The way that GEASS chats isn't very much like Human Star. It's more like a kind of erratic player. And so I would actually want to see Noexxx take GEASS out, because you know what you're getting with Noexxx. You know how to manip him. You've been playing with him for many seasons now. And at this point, your best bet would be to hope that GEASS gets knocked out, and then hopefully be able to use the fact that Under had this amazing season and is just a very well-known, very good player against him.
Yeah, I agree, because like you said, with Noexxx, Noexxx is a wild card. You don't exactly know what you're going to get, but at least you know him. You know, with GEASS, I ran into this when I played him, where I had this idea in my head for the team of... Sorry, I have to pause that part. Funny. Griffins. He didn't lose any, that was close.
Yeah, that was almost a big disaster for him, but he managed to save them and does snipe one tank, so
Yep.
pretty effective.
That was a good dodge of the bolt as well with the Windwalk.
Yeah, I always wonder if he's intentionally doing that or if that was purely like a by luck or by skill type of situation.
Fine, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
All right, fair enough.
The Noexxx still hasn't lost a unit, so that's very impressive. He almost overextended there, but he managed to make it work for him.
Yeah, the good thing about Griffin Riders is that they are weak against the attack of tanks, but they have almost 1,000 HP, so you do have a pretty good room for error with them. I mean, they need to take, what, probably 25 hits from a tank to die. So I'm not saying that it's easy to micro them, but it's not like fighting with hippogriffs against tanks, where you have very little room for error.
That is true. And it's hard to hit air units with Blizzard. I mean, they're doing a good job, but it's not like it's definitely not like hitting tanks with Blizzard. Let's put it that way.
Very true. And we do see a lot of Noexx's army is down in the red at this point. GEASS is looks like he's gonna try to push, but he's down to only 3 tanks in terms of anti-air, and his paladin is getting pretty low on mana, which is weird to say.
It is weird to say, but you're very correct in that statement. And Noexxx needed him to back off so he can heal up. I'm actually surprised he's chasing, but again, it's working out for him. He got a priest, and he might be able to target that Archmage at this point.
Yep, the fact that there's so few... Ooh, wow, and very close. Almost lost his Archmage there. Forced to pop not 1, but 2. Oh, my goodness. Looked like Noexxx was commanding it there, but he finally loses a unit, and it's a very important one. And down... Oh, my goodness, and almost loses the Mountain King, but Mountain King town portals out just in time. That was a lot that GEASS lost, though. He lost 2 invulnerability potions and a town portal scroll. So he's got the 698 gold left, but he's going to need to pick up at least 1 town portal scroll, or else he's going to be in a weird position with his heroes. He did get the level 6 Mountain King that you talked about earlier, and the level 5 Paladin, so his heroes just became a lot more durable.
Yeah, I agree. And Noexxx did lose. He did overextend there. I think it would have been safer to back up. He almost got the hero kills. 2 of them. He almost got the Archmage and the Mountain King. But it ended up costing him. He lost the Panda and 10 supply. No, 6 supply of units. So maybe 2 breakers or some combination. I don't know. Maybe a Griffin and a Priest. But he was at 99 and then lost his Panda, revived his Panda, was at 92. So this could be big if he loses that altar.
Yeah,
point your altar way up front like that.
Yeah, this is another one of those really strange things that is just way more common than it should be. It's on par with blocking your base with your Moonwells, is blocking your base with your Altar of Kings, and down goes the altar. So we're probably about a couple of minutes away from seeing that Panda getting back, unless he goes for an altar rebuild.
Yeah, and even though Noexxx is fighting in his base with a larger army.
Oh my God! Mountain King goes down. It got trapped in there.
Wow. Well, that just forget what I was gonna say because that's if he loses the Archmage, I think he's dead.
And
Oh,
just barely gets it away, but down goes the Mountain King. Down goes 2 Spellbreakers, and I think we're gonna see. Yeah, we're gonna have to see them start selling items to be able to buy new Scrolls of Town Portal.
yeah. I mean, Noexxx has enough. Has he started building an altar anywhere? I don't see one.
He has not. I'm actually surprised that he's not building one at one of his proxy base, just to, shield it a little bit extra. But
You know what? I think he doesn't have any peasants, and he's at 100 out of 100.
oh, he had too many.
He taverned.
Oh, well, I'm surprised that he taverned. I think that he. Yeah, big mistake. They saw that he taverned, and even though that we know that he's not in a very solid gold position, that's what it represents.
Yeah. Anytime I see someone tavern a hero at this point in the game, I immediately think, okay, they have more gold. It's expensive.
Yep.
A level 7 panda, what is that, like
800
gold or something like that?
I would say about 800. I know some people can just tell you right off the top of their head how much it is. I unfortunately am not that good with it.
Yeah,
because
I don't pay that close of attention.
Generally speaking, I just don't end up doing a lot of taverning either. But
Yeah. It's almost like a panic move for me. Like, I try not to unless I absolutely have to. But
Yeah.
He hasn't lost anything yet, but again, all of his units are very low.
Yep, and when you see one breaker go down to the Earth and Fire Spirits, and Noexxx, people might be missing this, but yeah, he is microing to try to have them focus on specific breakers, and he might get another one. Nope, good job by GEASS in terms of staffing there, and we do see that
They're very low breakers, so
3 breakers out of there. Very nice job. And the Mountain King is back, so we might. Noexxx might want to think about getting out of here at this point. He's done pretty good damage at this point.
Gonna try to get a tank before he goes, but I agree he really does need to back up at this point.
Yeah, all of his Griffin Riders are so low that a single Stormbolt will kill him. And we do see that is just the case, so I think Noexxx is going to use this as an opportunity to run away.
I would think so.
And down goes another one. Yeah, big problem.
Hello, though.
I'm actually surprised he hasn't turned around to at least get 1 or 2 volleys off on the Paladin.
Yeah, it does have full mana, so it's not like... I mean, I'm sure he can use Divine Shield. But he needs to be careful on this retreat if he finally mass DPs.
Oof. And yep, there goes the. All right, so
Needs to go.
yeah, Mountain King out of mana at this point. Good focus fire by the breakers to take him out of the fight. His Mountain King does have that pendant of energy too, so both GEASS and G really getting the full benefit of the items on this map.
Yeah. He's gonna get a tank, it looks. Oh, nope, good staff. I guess that GEASS has been staffing very, very well. At least just now.
Yeah, for sure.
This is 66 supply micro is a little bit better than his 100 food.
At this point, he is fighting very staff-friendly armies. He's got nothing but magic immune and fortified, rolling cannon towers. So, but I completely agree. If he hadn't been staffing as well as he has been in the past 15 minutes, he'd be well below 50 food at this point.
Yeah, he'd probably be out of the game because I think Noexxx would kill him. And I don't think the elves would save him because apparently G thinks a 3-way is better than and Under.sta has been AFK for the past hour and a half, so I don't even think. I mean, he's done with lunch at this point. He's probably watching football.
I was gonna say he's the one who's doing the smart thing. He's getting to watch football.
I've never seen Under.sta play this passive in my life.
You know, I wonder if he kind of went through all of the scenarios. He realized he could keep fighting G, but that would leave him very low on gold. And there was really no benefit if he decided to start fighting one of the other human players. Mm-hmm. And so he's as long as they're going to keep letting him be passive, he probably thinks to himself, well, there's really no benefit to him fighting anybody.
Right. No, I agree. It's the right play. It's just out of character.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's a big surprise to see him playing like this. Really good play by Noexxx. So I think that Noexxx remembered how useful the Earth and Fire Spirits were early in the last fight, and he was able to take out 2 breakers with his Panda ultimate before TPing out there.
Yeah, he didn't lose anything, so very good play by him. He's playing very smart and executing it well. And I didn't even notice that G mined out that 1.6.
Yep, got 1,600 gold from there. They're calling it out now, but G was at, I think he was actually at no upkeep, and he's fibbing there, but...
I think he was high, actually.
Was he?
I could be wrong. Maybe he was sitting at 80. I was watching the humans fight, like I've been all game, so...
Well, there was something just very hypnotic about watching these two go back and forth with very little regard for the rest of the game.
That's true. I don't usually like watching human mirror fights because I feel like they take forever. But these have been pretty entertaining. They've both been having a lot of subtle plays that are pretty high level, I think. Noexxx especially.
100% agree. You know, one thing that's kind of lost because the game has been so long is just how dominating GEASS was in the first 15 minutes in terms of taking out all of Noexx's expansions and just hard countering Noexx's early Griffin army.
Look at this. I love this. I think G is going to finish GEASS. Maybe not. No, okay. I think that would be a very smart play because Noexxx has whittled his army down so low that G could finish him. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
Get a lot of experience out of it, but then again, then he'd probably be the target of a 2 versus 1.
Yep. Looks like he's just trying to take out these proxy peasants that we talked about earlier. There weren't too many hidden around the map, but Noexxx did at some point manage to get a couple of placed around the map, and G's hunting him at this point.
Yeah. And as we saw earlier, G does know about the town hall and decided to let it live.
Yep.
But he could use that as a manip potential later.
Meanwhile, breaking news. We do see Under is moving a single hippogriff and doing a little bit of scouting with it.
I thought you were going to say breaking news, East mass TP'd in to save a couple buildings. But it's very poor positioning. I don't think that was a good play.
No, not at all. So I think the reason Noexxx doesn't mind losing a couple of units here is because he did go for Resurrection earlier, so he can afford to lose a couple of his guys. It seems like a little bit of an early Resurrection, but one thing to note is that GEASS does not have a TP on his hero, so he had to mass TP out there. Very lucky that he got out, and he's now at risk of losing both of his tanks that he left behind here.
I didn't even notice G is going on Under.sta. This is a smart play because if you can do this while Noexxx is killing GEASS, then Under.sta's gold advantage is worthless.
Yeah, and Under is not building any units, no. And now GEASS, or now G is diving for reasons I don't quite understand, so a little bit of misplays by both there. Yeah. And we do see Anti-Magic Potion and a Tranquility coming down, and we see Anti-Magic Potion and Starfall coming down, and this could be disastrous for Under. Oh my goodness. So
gonna die. And look,
wow.
They're sniping all the chimeras on the top of the base.
Yep, oh my goodness. So Under is down to 37 food. He did manage to take out the Panda, but looks like he's going to end up losing most of his base.
Oh,
And oh my goodness, down goes the Keeper of the Grove. But Focus Fire coming down on the Priestess. Priestess does get out of there.
But really, really good play by G. I think that was a very smart decision. He saw what was happening. He's been watching Noexxx slowly picking away at GEASS and realized GEASS was finally about to completely die, and this was his opportunity. And I mean, G is from that decision, and I think he's correct in thinking that he can win a 1v1 against Noexxx based on, like we talked about earlier, he's got Starfall, he's got Tranquility. Noexxx has no stun capability other than his Panda ultimate.
So, kind of the post-mortem on that fight, G did pop his Panda ultimate very early on. I don't know if he screwed up his hotkeys, but he's saying that he did it accidentally, and it definitely did not help the situation.
Yeah.
Under is calling that a suicide, but incidentally, Under didn't have a 100 food army. He didn't go below 100 pop capabilities, so he can actually just rebuild and still have probably around 3,000 gold left once he goes 80 or 100. So Under's actually in pretty good position.
And I think this is a misplay by G. I think he should go kill him, but instead he's trying to piece. And you know, it's easy for me to say. I've been watching as an observer, but I think he would be better off trying to finish him. Instead, he's go on Noexxx.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's hoping to do against Noexxx with just the 4 Chimeras and the Priestess, though.
Well, they think that he's pumping. He's not. He's just been staffing very efficiently.
Yeah.
This could turn. Well, I don't know. We're gonna see how this plays out because GEASS is still alive, and he's probably gonna suicide Noexxx.
It's kind of sad that GEASS has been so kind of well, again, for lack of a better term, honey badger this game that we think that there's a chance that he can end up suiciding. He's got good hero levels though. He's almost up to level 6 Paladin, and I mean he's got the Holy Trinity going for him. So he might be able to lay low at this point and hope that the other players duke it out.
Well, and it's an annoying survivability. Like at this point where if you're Noexxx, you want so badly to finish him because you know those 3 level 6+ human heroes could be very painful if it's being used against you in a teaming effort. So, and if you're G, you know, you probably know that, and you probably know GEASS is more likely to attack Noexxx. So, oh, nice round on the Archmage.
Yep, very nice.
I'd like to see a mass CP to a unit farther away or something. Oh no, he's just gonna do that. That works.
Oh. Well, I don't know if that works, because now he's got no stun, and okay, so he's going to go for eliminating the altar, which might be the right move. And yep, he's going to get it out of there with plenty of time to spare. Continuing to go after... He's continuing to go after the Mountain King. So it's because the Mountain King doesn't have the Town Portal Scroll and the Staff of Sanctuary is on cooldown for Paladin, a surround on the Mountain King would be lights out.
Yeah, but both the elves are both going toward his main base, and he's going to have to use mass TP to defend.
Oh my goodness.
Just his tanks, but he started losing them. I don't think that was the right choice. Also, Under.sta's hiding his army, well, part of his army in the corner. I think it's too early for that, but maybe not.
Yeah, hidden armies always tell people that you have a lot of gold left, so that's one of those things. He's done a pretty good job of flying under the radar just by not saying anything all game. I don't know if that's the right move.
Yeah, because he's trying to play it off as, oh, G killed me, I don't have any gold. And I don't know that people are going to buy that. But I've seen stranger things, so there hasn't been a ton of scouting by the humans.
Yeah, the human, and that's the most interesting thing, and you got to give G credit, is that he has been doing a fantastic job of keeping an eye on everybody's movements this game.
Yeah, the Owl Scout has been basically always on the human armies, so... And even on Under.sta as well. He's usually always had one.
So I do see G is trying to siege Noexx's base a little bit here. Looks like he's not gonna commit to a fight, I don't think. And I think that's the right move. He's down to 1,800 gold. He can't really afford to lose much of his Chimera base, or else he's going to lose. He's not going to have the DPS needed to affect fights anymore.
Yeah. It almost feels like at this point, unfortunately for Noexx, his win condition is to survive a 1 versus 3, what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I agree. It's an interesting thought. What is everybody's win condition? GEASS, I think he just has to kind of sit back for a little bit. Everybody is focused on Noexx. If he does anything, he might take the focus back onto him. Mm-hmm. But again, we keep harping on it, but he definitely does have the best hero combination since he went with the Mountain King.
She ulted again. Oh, it sucks.
Oh boy. Comedy of errors.
I know. And G's in a very precarious position because I think he's in a good position, but one mistake or one poor decision, and he could be out. He doesn't have trees. Oh, he has one tree over here on the right, but he doesn't really have enough gold to really hide effectively.
Absolutely. And what makes this such a good game is that we're 2 hours in, and all 4 players have a legitimate shot at winning the championship. So Noexx TP's to the back of his base, and now he's getting harassed by GEASS, who, despite...
No surprise.
I was going to say, despite the fact that he could just sit back and let the 2 elves do the dirty work, he's
determined.
He's determined, man. I respect him, though. He is approaching this game that he's going to kill Noexx no matter what, and even though there's absolutely no purpose to doing this, he's going to keep fighting him. Good surround by Noexx forces him to staff away, and now we see a little bit of a swapperoo. We have GEASS going back and G coming in.
And Noexx is really trying to get Under.sta to help him, but Under.sta's trying so hard to play the dead card.
Yeah.
Saying, no, he killed that army. I don't have anything left.
Oof, gosh.
That was painful, but he did get 2 stabs off.
Yep, so 70 food for Noexx, 1,400 gold. G at 86 food, 1,800 gold. And we do see GEASS is coming back because
he wants to finish him
exactly.
off.
Exactly. Because GEASS at this point. I think that's the...
basically. Choices. So, I don't agree with it, but, at least they know what they're going to get with GEASS.
Exactly. He has been consistent this entire game, and we do see the single priest resurrection at this point. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We do also have a invisible knight by Noexx. He could use that to TP behind GEASS if he wanted to.
I think
Focus fire.
Wow.
Oof. Focus fire coming down very aggressive on the paladin there. And Noexx's paladin is going to be out of commission for probably about 45 seconds, waiting to get healed up.
Tanks are going to die. They're all clumped up there. 2 of them are about to die. He doesn't have his staffs on cooldown. Now his other staff's on cooldown, so...
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if you caught that, but he used Dispel by the Priest to cancel the staff on the Paladin.
Yeah, interesting choice, because now the Paladin's only at 470 health. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to go pee real quick. I'll be back.
Okay, and we do see that we got G coming in from the top again, so it's been a tag team. G coming whenever GEASS is out of the base, and then vice versa. We're down to 5 tanks for Noexx. Noexx is going to need some help or a change of heart by one of his attackers if he's going to have any chance of surviving in the long term. And at this point, I think Under is just happy that nobody is focusing on him. He's got pretty good hero levels, most gold of anybody left, and he's definitely not going to be targeted by anybody because of the damage that was done to him by the Starfall. If Noexxx is eliminated, the focus is almost certainly going to turn to G, who's the only one with a full base at this point.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back, and we've had what always happens invariably when there is a stressful game and someone has to pause. Everybody's been doing a little bit of chatcraft, and I was talking to myself when you left and musing that at some point they were going to notice the fact that only one person's base has not been attacked, and that's G, and it seems like they're all willing to piece to take a turn at G's base, and as you pointed out, G's base is very susceptible to being sieged because of where he put all of his moonwells.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where when G pieced Under.sta to focus on Noexxx, I really think he would have been better off trying to just finish him. I mean, Under.sta was down to 22 food. Granted, G lost his Panda and Keep Really Grove, but could have revived them and gone back, I think.
Yep, I absolutely agree. He took his foot off the gas for reasons I don't quite understand. He has been pretty effective in terms of whittling Noexxx down. Noexxx down to 68 food and doesn't really have many tanks left. 6 tanks left. He's got an okay amount of gold at this point, but I'm sure he's allocating some of that for rebuilding a hero in the event that he loses one.
Or maybe a last-ditch town hall somewhere. I don't think he has any peasants, though, does he?
He does not, no. In terms
of a problem if his castle falls.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
What is GEASS doing? Sorry.
I'm part of me is rooting for GEASS just because his play style this game has been so illogical that it's somewhat appreciable. So we do see, and I think this is a mistake by Noexxx. He's going for using Haze buff on the Chimeras.
Yeah, it's not going to be very effective with Tranquility. He can't stop.
Yeah.
So Noexxx needs to just defend his base. If he gets an opportunity to mass TP to G's main base or something, I don't think he's going to get that opportunity though, since he doesn't really have any map vision or map presence. He definitely needs to divert the attention off of himself and somehow onto G.
And he might be getting that. I don't know if you're seeing this, but we have the Wandering Fellowship of GEASS is slowly making its way up to cross map G's base.
Maybe he's just scouting. Maybe he didn't know where G's base was yet.
Entirely possible. You pointed out earlier, neither human really did too much scouting while they were fighting each other. So that when he ran into Under's base before, that might have been the first time that he had seen it all game.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Like maybe he thought he was going to G's base. No, he said he was looking for wisps. I don't know if that was true or not, but
well, he's pretty close to level 6 Paladin. If he did manage to pick up a few wisps, he would be in good position. Worth noting, even though it's spread all over the top left of the map, Under has gone up to 93 food. That brings him down to 2,600 gold. And he only has 1 tree in his base. Nope, he's got 2, never mind. So he doesn't actually have that susceptible of a base, never mind.
I kind of like what he's doing with how he spread out his units, because if, say, Noexxx scans the corner, it would just see, a bunch of hippogriffs, or... Well, that would still be a problem. It's not as big of a problem as seeing a 100-recruit army.
Yep, agreed.
Ooh, very good breath of fire there.
Yeah, very nice. So we're seeing him slowly push into this little expansion area, and Starfall is coming down, so we're going to have to see a quick decision by Noexxx if he wants to fight this or not. And it looks like he does not.
Yeah, Starfall's canceled. I think G kind of panicked there. He was trapped in a corner. His Keeper of the Grove was very low, and he's got to TP.
And G did not lose anything from that last Breath of Fire, so he does lose the 350 gold having to TP out. And his entire army is in the red, but he is more or less okay. And he's got a Razormane Medicine Man, level 5 creep. The Ode to Reno.
And Noexxx is down to 61 supplies, so I don't think he can keep this up if GEASS and Under.sta decide to not intervene. And quite frankly, I think Under.sta's happy to let Noexxx get whittled down, and then, you know, once he feels he's low enough, he can come in and help, and then they can team G. It's kind of the direction I think he's headed.
Yeah, if you had to handicap this at this point, just because we're having a little bit of a lull in the action, who do you think's in the best position to win?
I definitely think that Under.sta is, and I think G is in a good position, but based off the chat, that position is maybe not as good as it would appear, just because I think everyone's kind of feeling like he's the strongest right now, and I don't know. I mean, G's been playing great all game. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know how he's going to hold up against a 3 versus 1. Even if really GEASS and Under.sta only use their heroes, all the Blizzard, the Breath of Fire, it's going to be really hard to not lose your base and army.
Yeah, you know, a lot of his buildings, of course, as a Night Elf player, a lot of them can be moved around. Would you like to see him move any of his buildings around to harden his base against a 3-on-1?
I don't know. I don't mind where they're all at now, because it prevents heroes from running in, because all those trees can deal a lot of damage. I definitely think the front of his base is going to go down, and I think he's going to lose his Moonwells. I don't know, that could really be a problem. He does have Tranquility, like we've talked about a lot, but you still need the mana.
Yep, absolutely. So Noexxx is posturing like he's going to attack, but he doesn't have any of his tanks with him, so he won't be able to make too much of an impact if he does go in. He of course can do Breath of Fire and Blizzard Harass, but that's only if he can get close enough, and with about 7 Chimeras, all with the benefit of True Shot Aura defending his way, I don't know if he's going to get close enough to do anything to G's base.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like he's hoping the other 2 players bring their heroes.
Yep, and he's going to be waiting for a very long time, because we see that Under is back to his familiar location, just sitting in his base. He is at least chatting, so we do know that he has a pulse. And GEASS is just kind of chilling in the middle. He's probably thinking to himself that he's feeling very left out because he's not attacking Noexxx. This is definitely the longest that he's gone without attacking Noexxx this entire game.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Part of me just thinks that Noexxx recognizes that, you know, his heroes are very difficult to kill, and of course his spellbreakers can't be focused by chimeras, so he's trying to just zone G and keep him away from his main base, because G was slowly chipping away at the main base of Noexxx, so keeping him isolated on his side of the map is certainly better than dealing with chimeras sniping your buildings.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm sure he's hoping other players attack, but at least while they're chat crafting, his buildings aren't getting picked off, like you mentioned. But something's going to have to happen, otherwise, I mean, G is very clear that he wants to keep attacking Noexxx, so I'm sure if that happens, GEASS will jump in. And
we just see the staff come down on the lone Griffin Rider. one thing to note, we do see that Noexxx popped out 2 Dragonhawk Riders and a Sorceress. The Sorceress almost certainly is there for using invisibility. And I think what he's going to do is try to... oh my goodness, and we have a very close... Oh my goodness, so close on that Panda, but the Panda does manage to get staffed out just in time. Very low on health, down to about 50 HP.
And the Panda, his items kind of suck. I just noticed, like, I was surprised at how fast the level 7 Panda's HP diminished. But with Fairy Fire, I think it had Fairy Fire on it, and the Chimera focus.
Yeah, Fairy Fire plus 8 Chimeras with level 3 True Shot are... that's a deadly combination. We do see invisibility is coming down on a couple of Dragonhawk Riders, so he's going to use that to probably get into a good position. He doesn't have enough tanks to really be able to chase effectively, so I think what he's hoping to do is force G into a bad fight by popping off Shackle on a couple of Chimeras.
Yeah. Interesting thing. I mean, I love the invisibility on the Dragonhawk Riders, but the Owl Scout does see those. And
Yep.
It's been pretty consistent with the Owl Scout. I think just lately he's kind of been slacking, probably with the intensity of the situation, but it would be very beneficial for G if he scouts that out. And he does just now send out an Owl Scout, so...
And looks like Noexxx is sending his Knight. Not sure where he's planning to go, but G should have seen it. The thing is that G is not leaving his Owl on Noexx's army, so he could have easily missed both the Dragonhawk Rider and the Knight.
Yeah, he was typing, so it's very possible. I feel like Noexxx has been doing this where he doesn't really have much of a purpose for the Knight other than just to scout the perimeter of his base. He wants to see the army coming.
Yeah, and that's certainly not a bad use of the Knight, but he could just as easily do that with an invisible Griffin Rider, for example. And Griffin Riders cannot be entangled.
Surely he notices the owl.
It's been a long game. He may have missed it this entire time.
What is he doing? Noexxx. Owls see invisible units. And Griffin isn't even invisible, so...
You know what? Maybe he's just having a brain fart and he's trying to lure with the Griffin Rider. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if that's really giving him the benefit of the doubt, though. But...
I don't know, but
well, now G's just taunting him. He's pointing out the invis, so...
And... Okay, Geese, you're crazy. The owl up here, if he moved it up a little bit, he'd start to see Under.sta's army. If it was a level 3 owl, it'd probably see it, because that thing sees like a fourth of the map.
So we'll play a game that I call Tales of the Inexplicable. We just saw Noexxx use his haze on a single unit.
Yeah, I saw that.
So again, we're in the same kind of positioning battle that we've had this entire time. The problem is that Noexxx just does not have the firepower to force G back. He did pick up a couple of Dragonhawk Riders, I think, to make this a little bit more costly for G, but he's not using them, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say that one Chimera was lagging there. It would have been great if he shackled it. And Geese does pick off a unit of Under.sta, so that might trigger the Under.sta mechanism there to go after.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so Focus Fire coming down on the Keeper, but Keeper gets TP'd out real quickly. Noexxx is calling a fake death on Geese, but Geese is really dead. But who's not dead is Under, and nobody seems to be paying attention to him this game.
Yeah, they really. I think they really think he's dead. I mean, his, or they're just like, oh, he's no threat because we can beat him with 20 supply less. That was a really good staff, by the way, dodging the bolt. I don't know. I find it hard to ever think that I would underestimate Under.sta. You know, he's such a good player. He's played so well the whole season.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of get why G might be doing it, because they both had the same number of mines and they fought all game long. And so G might be thinking that Under is in the same rough gold position as him.
Right.
So I can actually give somewhat of a pass to G underestimating. And a nice surround comes down on the Panda in the top left. Is the Panda going to have to pop his ultimate? Yes, he does. So I don't know if that's going to make that big of a difference, but we do see Cyclone coming down on the Mountain King, and
nice around it. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah. So now the question becomes, what is going to get focused at this point? Lots of mana being burned at this point, and we do have a surround come down on the Mountain King, and Mountain King is going to need to be staffed out, and staff does not come down.
Yeah, you can't staff.
He can't. Yep. I think that he should have been able to Holy Light it, though. He did have the 65 mana, and GEASS is not happy that Under is killing his Mountain King, but not sure what he...
Yeah, what are you going to... I was literally going to say I don't think Under.sta should be fighting like this because his heroes are, lower and he doesn't have any units. It just seemed like he was playing with fire, but... he is obviously a much better player than me and pulled off that amazing 4-unit surround, so that worked out very well for him.
Wasn't that amazing?
I mean, I couldn't have done it. So.
No, I couldn't either. It's a little bit easier with like the Earth Spirit because it's a much bigger collision size, but it's still an impressive move nevertheless. And so we do see Focus Fire by GEG continuing to take out 1 unit at a time. Still at that 85 pop himself, though, so he's clearly not losing anything in this ongoing struggle with Noexxx.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier, I would agree with you. I think I totally understand if G thinks Under.sta doesn't have an army or is out of gold, especially after he ravaged his army the last time. He was probably thinking, okay, I mean, maybe he had enough gold to build a little bit of an army, but he couldn't go 100 again, surely.
Right. And not only can he go 100, but he'll have the ability to rebuild heroes, or, if he loses maybe 20 pop, go back to 100 if he should decide to. He's got a lot of flexibility with his 2,500 gold remaining.
Yeah, much more than the 58 gold now of GEASS. Who, if he loses another hero, it's over. And he's actually attacking his Archmage. I don't know what's happening. Is he giving
a bold strategy?
Oh, and then he Holy Lighted it. Okay. He must be really bored. Maybe he's like practicing his surrounds over there.
I like.
Archmage is being focused here.
I do really love the idea that he's practicing his surrounds on his own units.
That's what it looked like.
Like he was so impressed, and we do see the Dragonhawk Riders coming in and able to get 2 shackles off. Finally, using those Dragonhawk Riders, but it needs to be really careful. So much anti-air 4G that one misstepping, he'll end up losing one or both of them.
And Noexxx is going to back up to the back of his base again. He and G are both doing a very good job of not really losing anything. They're both trying very hard to get any advantage they can, pick off any unit. I gotta say they're both playing very well.
Yeah, obviously the slight advantage is going to G. Neither of them are losing units, but G is very slowly taking down the front of the base of Noexxx. That first wave of towers is now completely gone.
Yeah.
So he's down to just his scout towers that surround his castle, and a couple of guard towers remain.
And those arcane towers are important not just because of the defensive capability, but all the scans are very important for Noexxx. It allows him to have some idea of what's going on. I think the scouting ability is, I don't want to say underused because he's been using it a lot, but maybe underestimated. Like, G's got his Owl Scout, of course, but human can't have that, so it's a very important ability.
Yep, absolutely. So we do see, just kind of taking a look around the map, that all heroes are back in action for GEASS, but GEASS, almost out of items at this point, has to just kind of sit back and do what he's should have been doing this entire time, which is just letting everybody else sort this out. Noexxx is trying to get into a position to, it looks like, take the fight to, and a terrible...
Yeah, not good.
But he did manage to take out a Druid of the Talons, so nice job for him there. That's the first...
Force G back. Those Chimeras are now all at half health.
Yep, but here's where that lack of a Mountain King really becomes a problem. You know, he doesn't have any way of stopping the Tranquility here. And if he's not careful, this Archmage is in a terrible position. And down goes the Panda. Big mistake. Calling GG on himself, which of course we know is not the case, but I gotta think there was something he could have done there, whether it was
lost available and a potion of invulnerability. I think he was just hoping the TP would work.
So a little bit of greed, you think?
Yeah, I think it was greed. He didn't have Holy Light available because he had just used it on the Archmage. But I mean, we've all been in that position where you're like, you're low on gold, it's the end of the game. You really don't want to use that invulnerability potion. You think, man, if I use it, I probably didn't have to. But it can cost you a lot there, as we see. Does he even have an altar? He never rebuilt it, huh?
He never rebuilt it. When we were talking about it earlier, he was at 100 food, so he couldn't even build a peasant to even try to pick up the altar. I hope he's not planning on doing another tavern, because that would be a huge mistake. He's going to. And again, the tavern just represents that you have a lot more gold than you do. And here's the thing. I get it. You know, even if he goes peasant, altar, panda, that's not saving that much gold. But now what happens when he loses his next hero? He doesn't have enough items to do another tavern.
Yeah, you need to have an altar. It's like green.
So this is looking more and more like it's going to be a win for Under. Everybody is so mad at one another, and Under is just sitting there looking pretty with his mostly full base. You know, he lost a couple of his outside production buildings, but...
Yeah, I think G could win too, though, because if he doesn't lose too much to Noexxx, then I think he could still beat Under in one.
Yep, I think it comes down a lot to if he's able to force Under to fight in his own base like he did last time. You know, making Under fight against anti-magic shielded Tranquility and Starfall is definitely his key to victory now. If he has to defend and use Starfall, then Under's just going to run away and come back 30 seconds later, though.
Right. Yeah, I think... I mean, I can't really see one of the humans winning, to be honest. I know they both still have potential to win, but it's looking worse and worse for them. For sure,
it's the chances of either of them winning is going down. Strangely, I actually would give GEASS a slight... I'd make him the slight favorite, at least between the two of them. It's really that Mountain King. And you can see why the Mountain King is just so important in the way that G has been kiting Noexxx this entire game. And we've got GEASS saying that we all know you're the strongest, which of course we know is not the truth, but...
I don't know if he might be. I mean, Under.sta obviously is super underestimated at this point, but I think G is stronger than him. Although, well, now that I look at it, G's anti-air is looking pretty thin.
I think it's ultimately going to come down to how well he positions his Panda, which is what was winning him those early fights. And if he can get a good
Breath of Fire and Haze and Breath of Fire off onto Under's main anti-air, then he'll be fine. But the last time that Under and G fought, Under, well, okay, the last time they fought was in the base with this Starfall. The time before that, though, Under did a really great job of battling G. So I think it's going to come down to positioning. Under needs to keep G out of his base, though.
Yeah, definitely. And what happens next is going to be pretty important here, because if G tries to finish Noexxx but loses too much, I mean, then I think Under wins. So I don't know.
So,
my FML bets aren't looking very good right now.
I'm trying to remember. Who did I bet on? I bet on Under. So my FML bets are looking fantastic. I'll have a nice 200 gold to end the season, which will be roughly around 15th place. So I don't know why I'm so excited about that.
Yeah, like the 8 other people that bet on Under will all be ahead of you.
Oh, goodness. So still a lot more, I think a little bit more gamesmanship to go before anyone decides who is going to get killed.
It's a tough position. I know it's not super entertaining for the viewers, but put yourself in the player's shoes. You got a lot of pressure riding, especially the people who, like G in particular, who's I would say in his mind, he would think he's in a good position to win right now. But a lot can go wrong really quickly. We've obviously seen that happen in free-for-all before. We know we know it can happen. You've got 2 humans who still have mass TP, even though there's not that many tanks left. And then you got Under, who's got a full base. So, granted, I really, really wish G would send an owl over to Under.sta. I know he has, but he usually parks it like right in the front of his base, like next to the altar, and he never flies it all the way in. Which, at this point, you gotta be thinking, I need to scout the corners. You gotta make sure no one's got a hidden army. No one's scouted the corners, to be honest. So.
Now the funny part, though, is that even if they scout the corners, they're only going to spot the 18 food. He's done a good job of spreading it around. He's got 20 food here, 18 food here, and then the rest of his army is right here. So, and it's funny, what he's got in his actual base looks like it could be the remains of whatever he was able to build with his last amount of gold. So maybe they're thinking, that's it.
Yeah, that's true. Noexxx did scan the part of the army that's in his base, and GEASS really thinks that Garl has no units at all, or Under.sta, sorry.
So I'm going to follow the Scout Owl. G is sending another Scout Owl to Under's base, but as you pointed out earlier, he hasn't really gone too far into it. G does have a lot of experience under his belt, and has been known to do a corner army himself from time to time, so
right.
He is stopping it right over his the middle of his base, so he will yet again go unseen with the hidden army. Well, he's going south.
See the Chimeras on the left.
Groth about 60, so he's off by about 40 food. Is this going to be close enough to see the units? I don't know.
He should. I think he should have seen that. No, I guess not.
Looks like he missed it, and so they. Well, now the worst part for GEASS and Noexxx is that they're probably inclined to believe G, because they're thinking to himself, well, why would G undersell?
Yeah.
Under.sta.
He had to have seen those Chimeras. He has level 3 Scout Owl. And I know for sure it was on his mini-map, but he might not actually have seen it with his eyes, if you know what I mean.
Right. If he wasn't following along with the owl, he might have missed it. Well, I see the owl scout.
No, parked it.
I know it's kind of sad when the most exciting thing you can do is follow an owl scout, but really, this is what's going to decide how the rest of this game kind of flows, is whether anyone finds the hidden 38 food of Under.
I have to agree with that. This, I know the pain of this because it happened to me in round 3 where I watched the replay at the end and everyone's freaking out like, surely Mog sees the necropolis in the corner. It was visible on my screen, but frankly, I just didn't see it. I was looking elsewhere, and cost me the game. So I know the pain of this happening, because that Owl Scout, I mean, level 3, it sees a very wide radius.
Now, are we seeing something that would be unique to this game, which is cooperation between the 2 human players?
Sure looks like it. It'd be the first time.
I feel like GEASS is going to freak out and just end up throwing a Stormbolt just because he doesn't know what to do with these guys.
I'm sure Noexxx is going to get up to cheese base and GEASS is going to backstab.
I love it. They're stealing the... I don't know if they're trying to do this or if they're both just so hard-headed that they keep stealing inner fire from one another.
I know. That's a waste, though. They need that against Fairy Fire.
Yep. I wonder if... and this is like such a random thing to think about, but this game is forcing me to think about these types of things. I wonder if when you steal Fairy Fire, it resets the cooldown on it. Like if it goes back up to the 30 seconds. So they... I don't know if he had to TP there. I think he probably should just run into his base, but
yeah,
they do.
Not out of position, I think.
Yep. So, you know, you talked about it earlier in the game, and it's been a recurring theme for discussing. But we're seeing a lot of damage coming down on both groups of Moonwells, and you know, one of the challenges for G here is it's very easy just to get a little freaked out and end up not knowing who to attack when you're defending against a 2-on-1. And oh my goodness, and we might have a dead Panda. Nope, Panda pops the invulnerability potion and is able to survive and gets staffed out. I'm sorry, that was
GEASS Panda. Yeah.
That was GEASS Panda. Hard to follow the action for anybody.
But this is another problem: is he got staffed out and then he didn't hit the Moonwells because his Moonwells were in the front. He had to run up. G is not really, he hasn't lost a single unit yet. He's just lost his buildings. Granted, that is important because, again, the buildings he's losing are very important structures in these kinds of games. You know, at this point, who cares if you lose your Ancient of Winds? You don't have enough gold to build anything. But the Moonwells constantly have value, so...
I'm wondering if it's worth uprooting all of his Ancients of Winds and kind of positioning them in front of the Moonwells at this point.
Yeah, or even you know, he could shift his whole base up farther, you know, with the Tree of Eternity also.
Yeah, have the Tree of Eternity a little bit closer to the Moonwells, maybe where the Ancient of Lore is right now, so that you're in a prime healing position.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I would never think of that in the heat of the game, but but theory crafting is interesting.
I don't know. I mean, you're one of the proponents of the last March of the Ents, so I think you would think of moving all of your buildings around. You're selling yourself short.
Maybe. Let's see. So there's still did GEASS lose the Paladin? Oh no, there it is.
No, but you know, it's going to be close because now they're going to have to dive in a little bit further. They're going to be a little bit closer in proximity to each other. And, you know, like you said, G didn't lose any units there, and he does have still seven Chimeras, and when you factor in True Shot, it's basically like 10 Chimeras. Right. And, you know, between that and the level 3 entangling routes, that does give you a good amount of time. And between the 6 heroes, we only have 1 Scroll of Town Portal.
That is very dangerous. And
you know, kind of surprised to see G looks like he's just ready to surrender his entire Moonwell.
Yeah, he's going to. He doesn't want to dive in, but he can't go much farther back. So it's like he's hoping Under.sta's going to help him, but this is perfect for Under.sta. He's not going to help him.
Yeah, now he gets to fight 2 crippled humans.
Right, with a 99 supply army. Granted, a lot of that's in hippogriffs that are worthless now, but
That's actually a really good point. He's only got, well, he's got 4, 6, 8 chimeras.
I can see that one.
Yep, G down to 20 supply, so he is about as food blocked as you could get. He does have some wisps around the map.
Yeah, and he's desperately trying to manip, but
And-
that was kind of moving out. This is heroes.
Well, now G is in a terrible position because even if he survives this, he doesn't have much of a base remaining, and so base race situations become very much weighted against him now.
Yeah, he does still have that one tree. It's right next to GEASS's peasant, though. And it's not very well hidden, but at least it's outside of his base.
So I must be blind. I'm not even seeing that tree that you're referencing.
Oh, no, that's GEASS, right there.
Oh, okay, I see it. I was looking on GEASS's side of the map.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's close to his main, but I don't think anyone's actually scouted it. Maybe GEASS saw it with the peasant, but I don't think so. And he does have a wisp over here. He could build a tree life there. Granted, Noexxx probably would scout that, considering he's the one that made that giant hole, but who knows? It could be a good spot, especially against Under.sta.
There would be something somewhat magical and just very free-for-all if G managed to win this game with the hole in the wall that Noexxx put there for himself.
Yeah.
And we do see that those Dragon Hawk Riders are scouted, so I guess G is trying to take the fight back to Noexxx, but he's not going to probably be able to get too far into this base just because of the tanks. I hate to play this up too much, but the real brilliance here is being shown by Under just doing absolutely nothing. A lot of players, I feel like, they sit and they sit and they sit and they show that patience that you need to be a good free-for-all player, but then after a certain amount of time, they just say, you know what, I haven't done something in a while, I'm going to attack.
Mm-hmm.
But he's just literally sat back. People have been crying for... Everybody's cried for his help at least once this game. And he's just sat back and let the chips fall where they are. And he's doing a good job of scouting with his hippogriffs, except for when GEASS goes all crazy and stormbolts him.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot. But he does, I mean, you're right. I think Under.sta has a very good idea of what is going on in this game. I think he has a very solid plan in his head of how he's going to win. And simply put, it's to stay put, sit, and not make his move until he absolutely has to. And that is a talent in itself, as much as people hate it. It's hard to have the patience to know when do I move out. You know, especially when people are crying for help, you feel the pressure of, I haven't done anything in so long, like you said. Maybe I should just move my heroes out, or maybe I should just help this one fight a little bit. But he hasn't really done anything.
I do think that if Under does need to help against Noexxx just a little bit, I think that if Noexxx just dropped right now, that Under would still be in a good position, but I think he probably wants to take everybody down just a little bit further, because he doesn't have quite the hero levels of everybody else. And even though he does have one full army, if he ends up versus 2 mass TPing humans, for example, they can just kind of alternate on his base and really zone him.
Yeah, I think Under.sta needs to be patient a little bit longer. I think both G and Noexxx can beat him if it were 1 versus 1 right now. Especially if GEASS helps, you know.
Yep. I wonder where this ranks in terms of longest 4 ways for a FFA Masters finals match, because this is, I mean, we've gone the entire game with all 4 players, not only in the game, but all 4 players are relevant in this game. So we're at about two almost 3 hours at this point, and all four players do have the capacity to win. So since we're at about the 3 hour mark, we can do a quick just check of the macro. We've got 877 heroes for Noexxx sitting at 24 food. 24 gold, 65 food. GEASS is in the bottom left. Well, he's kind of all along the bottom at this point. He's got 58 gold and level 8 Archmage, level 6 Paladin, level 6 Mountain King. But most importantly is that Mountain King. He's probably got the most solid hero combination for Hero Arena at this point. In the top left is Garatha, aka Under.sta. He's at 100 food, but everybody has him pegged at 60 food, so if you're wondering why nobody is triple teaming him, it's because everybody has come to the same conclusion that he is dead, and of course we can see that he's not, but we're also observing. And last is G. G is sitting in his base at this point. He's got level 8 Panda, level 7 Priestess, and level 7 Keeper. But you can see from his food count, 83 out of 20, he's lost all of his Moonwells, which were placed in the front of his base. So he is food locked probably for the rest of the game and is going to be completely reliant on his Tranquility and his Razor Main Medicine Man to keep his units and his heroes alive. And G did have a proxy Tree of Life that is discovered at this point, and it looks like he is going to have it taken out by the army of Noexxx. And Noexxx leaves a bunch of his breakers behind, 3 in total. So it looks like he's probably just going to abandon them. Maybe he's going to send
2 will get out. Yeah, maybe just 1.
Well, I do see. Okay, it looked like maybe we were going to have the Panda come try to save it, but thinks better of it and decides to run back. We do have GEASS coming in now, and Noexxx. I wonder if this was all part of his plan. Noexxx is TP'd into the back of G's base, and G's main is going to go down very quickly. Down goes the Druid of the Claw and all of the production buildings. And G is probably down for the count at this point.
He's almost dead. He's only got that. Well, he's going to have to TP out, but I don't know. I like the move by Noexxx, but he's going to get changed 1 now. And he just lost, a bunch of supply. He's only at 50. That almost was a good move for, it's almost going to work in G's favor, I think.
Yeah, I think that's going to take a lot of the heat off of G. Not that they had kind of started to lay off of him, but at this point, that's probably united everybody against Noexxx. The only problem, though, is that because G still has enough of an army, I don't think that there is going to be really any motivation for Under to show his hand. I don't think that we're going to see Under move his army until the final one-on-one.
Yeah.
Unless they discover it and they start teaming him, he's just going to pretend like that's all he's got.
Yeah, at least they've seen part of his army, so they might be like, oh, you need to use this army to help us destroy buildings or something. But other than that, I think you're right. And he shouldn't, honestly. He shouldn't move his army out until at least one person's dead. And then, if you need to make a beeline and take out G's last buildings or Noexx's last buildings or something like that, then ideally you get a 1v1 against GEASS, and we know how that would end.
Yep. So we do see G is going to bring his proxy Tree of Life into his base. So what would you do in this position? Would you put it in the middle of all of the production buildings, or would you do what he's doing? He's probably going to eat his way into the middle of the forest here.
Yeah, I would do what he's doing and put it in the corner. There's no point in having it in the middle of your production buildings at this point. He doesn't have... Does he have a TP? He's got 1 TP, but I don't think he's really that interested in saving his buildings other than for, a base race purpose.
Yep.
It's not like we're going to see him build a Chimera, so... I do like what he's... Oh, I was going to say, I would like if he put his Ancient of Wind and Ancient of Lore, in other parts of the trees, like maybe into the north.
Mm-hmm.
There's no point in having them rooted in the middle of his sort of base.
I like that sort of base. Some things to note. G's got this proxy tree of life that he did put where Noexxx had mined out. Okay, he did uproot it. Just important for him to uproot it so it's not showing up on anyone's minimap. Looks like we've seen the biggest move by Under in over an hour. He's bringing 3 heroes plus a Dryad at this point. Not sure why he's bringing the Dryad, to be honest with you. He already has the entangling roots of the Keeper, so he doesn't need like the slow effect. And
I'm sure it's for dispelling entangle.
But is he going to fight G, do you think?
I don't think so.
I know, at this point all bets are off, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else to dispel, right? He might dispel slow?
I can see slow. Okay.
That's the only... Oh, maybe, like, if Noexxx uses Cyclone with his Panda.
Yep, okay, fair enough.
I would never have thought of that, though. I would only think of Entangle. But it seems like he wants to go on Noexxx, so that would be the only thing. I don't know. They're not very sure of what to do.
Well, this is that position. You kind of talked about it earlier. It's you get really tight in terms of making a decisive move because G, for example, if he leaves his base such that it is, he's not going to have a base. Under has, and we've gone over this time and time again, they're so convinced that Under is out of this game. He has no reason whatsoever to show his hand. And we see that G does have another Owl Scout in his base, but again, he's just basically going around the outside of his base.
Yeah,
although
he's parking it over the heroes. This could be a big scout, but
nope.
Again, he just parks it where he knows the buildings already are.
Yeah. But since G is so convinced that Under doesn't have an army, he's probably not even thinking that he needs to be looking for one. And maybe I'm being too nice here, but G doesn't typically end up with a Priestess, since he typically goes Dark Ranger, Panda, and then Keeper, so using Owl Scout to the fullest of its ability probably isn't that easy for him.
Yeah, and I mean, he's used it well the whole game. I'm not going to say, like, his scouting's been bad. It's been the best of all the players. But in this situation, you have the Owl Scout. It's so cheap. You can spam them nonstop. Just, there's no reason not to check every corner of the map. So, I know he's probably thinking, he's more concerned that someone's hiding gold. As we can see, he's always parking it over production buildings. So he wants to see if someone's pumping units. He's not thinking, oh, they've already pumped their units and are hiding them.
Yep, absolutely. But I'm just surprised. Like, you can see, for example, in the bottom right corner, nobody's even scouted here. So, for all he knows, Noexxx could be hiding 12 Griffin Riders, and he wouldn't even be seeing it. Of course, I don't think anyone's taking GEASS seriously in this game at this point, but I still think GEASS has like the inside track to win just because nobody's taking him seriously, and he could easily come in when, for example, if Under and G are fighting, GEASS could very easily come in from out of nowhere and just snipe a hero.
Yeah, that's totally true.
We see an invisible knight for Noexxx in the back of Under's base. I wonder. I can't imagine he's gonna do this, but
well, if he does, oh, he says it. CP green.
Listen,
do you think Noexx's army, like if he did mass CP with everything, do you think he would lose that fight? I think
does he have any air left? He doesn't have any air, so what would happen is he wouldn't be able to take out... If he had even 1 or 2 Griffin Riders, then all of the Hippogriffs would converge on it and get taken out by Breath of Fire and the tanks, and he would be able to probably take out a good chunk of what's in the back of Under's base. But since he doesn't have any air,
the first volley from the tanks would cause all of the air to scatter. He wouldn't get a very good haze breath of fire off. He might be able to take out the chimeras, but there's no guarantee there since he doesn't have any stun effect either.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think at best maybe he takes out the Tree of Eternity and then has to... Does he even have a TP scroll? Let me take a look. He's got one TP scroll, and he'd have to probably pop it, and he might end up even losing a couple of... well, he probably wouldn't lose any units, actually, just because they're all magic immune.
Yeah, it's a tough position for him. Because he's kind of the one who needs to do something.
Yep.
But at the same time, if he does something, he does have a good chance of losing.
One of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations.
Yeah, exactly.
But I agree. I think it's probably on Noexxx to make a move at this point. But if he tries going after G, he's going to be in the same situation he's been in this entire kind of era of the game, which is he's only got the 5 tanks, and the tanks go down very quickly versus the focus fire of the chimeras plus breath of fire. So I don't think he can legitimately fight G, and then he can go after GEASS, but GEASS just won't fight him. GEASS will just start harassing him and taking down what little point defense he's got left.
Right. Sorry to interrupt your thought process, but I'm so confused. This is like the 5th time this game I've seen Noexxx and GEASS fighting their own units and then using what is it called? Holy Light? Mm-hmm. Is there any reason they're doing that, or are they just bored?
I guess they're... I was about to make I thought of like 10 different crude jokes I could make there, but I decided against all of them.
I don't know. It was just really odd. Like, I don't understand if there's a reason. I thought maybe they were just bored, but they've done it so many times now, and so consistently. I'm like, is there something about Warcraft that I don't know yet? Like, is there something 16 years later that I don't understand about the way human works?
They might be just testing to make sure that Holy Light is still working. We do see a little bit of fire and storm harass on the Chimera Roost, and by little I mean maybe did 100 damage.
Yeah. Something, I guess.
Well, this is where we can get into the real nitty-gritty and talk about how imbalanced the Windwalk of Storm is, because it does the 50 bonus damage to buildings.
Oh yeah, that is pretty imbalanced. I mean, it already has really good abilities. Windwalk and Cyclone, I mean, that's a pretty good combination.
Yeah, we're digging deep here, folks. What can I say?
It's a really underused. Well, I underuse it. I don't know about other people. And ultimate. And then every time I see other players play, I'm like, wow, that's a really good ultimate.
We have a slow and polymorphed hippogriff here.
I think it's gonna give.
Had a little bit of a feta moment there. Managed to whiff completely. Yep, if he had hit with it, it actually would have gone down.
It might still go down because he's gonna fly. Oh no, he turned around.
Oh my gosh! Run!
Just attack it with the Arcane. Or Panda that has an orb.
Oh my gosh!
Attack it. Why didn't
you?
This is some exciting stuff, guys.
Now, for what it's worth, for those of you who are not familiar with the game that you're watching, this is four-way free-for-all being played for the Free-for-all Masters League, or also known as FML. It's the only organized league for at least English-speaking countries where free-for-all is the only form of play. And this is the Season 23 finals match. Games are usually not this slow-paced, but when you have 4 players that are this high level, everybody knows that the next attack could be their last, so you're seeing very deliberate play by everybody.
Yes. GEASS is deliberately practicing the surrounds over here, and the other players, I don't know. I mean, you know what's going to happen. We're going to have sat like this for an hour or more, and then there's going to be one big play, and the game's going to end in 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, I mean that's typically how it ends up going, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's the interesting part, as you struggle to find the interesting part to a game like this, is who's going to be the one to make that move. And I think you and I both think that it's got to be Noexxx. I mean, it could also easily be. Oh, we have
Look at that.
2 owls at me. Well,
He's
definitely he sees it. Yep. So this could change the if he sees it. I mean, he's not typing.
Okay, but he has to see this one.
Well, he sees.
On the left.
He should definitely see all of it. I mean, maybe he's just counting up the army real quick to say, hey, he's got a hidden 100 food army.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised that G isn't saying anything. He did seem like he was hovering over the 4 chimeras on the left.
Yeah, there he goes. His 9 chins.
There we go. So that might actually finally force Under to make a move. I mean, he's in the best position to attack anyone. But G is typing at a very slow pace. I mean, I would be like hammering at it 100 words per minute, like, someone help! Ah!
Typos all over the place.
Noexxx, he has 2. Yeah, they're completely fooled. This is unbelievable. I mean, and G is just typing so slowly. I'm like, come on, old man, type faster. But you can see now he's spread out his chimeras even more. He's got 2 here, 2 in the 9 o'clock position, 2 in the 8 o'clock position.
And Noexxx can scan with his arcane
Yep.
towers.
And it looks like he's seeing a couple of the hidden units.
G should point out, like especially the 4 on the left. Oh, he moved them. He moved into 2 and 2.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, send something. Scan with arcane towers. Do something.
Well, now the question is Under going to sit back and wait for them to come to him, or is he going to take the fight to someone? I think he's actually probably going to sit back and let them come to him.
Yeah.
And that actually works out hugely in Noexx's favor, because if... I'm sorry. Yeah, it does work out in Noexx's favor, because if Noexx and Under... I'm sorry, if Noexx and G go take out Under, then Noexx can take out G with mass TP shortly thereafter, and then it's just him versus GEASS. Although, again, if GEASS ends up in a one-on-one situation, he's... Even with the lower heroes, he's got the best hero in Mountain King, so...
Yeah, and we do see Noexxx moving over, but he can't. I don't think he can fight him one-on-one. I think he needs the others to help. I mean, he probably could fight him one-on-one, but he's going to lose a lot.
Yeah.
And he can't afford to lose that many units. We do see... No, we don't see. Never mind. I thought Noexxx had an air unit scouting, but he doesn't have any air units left, does he?
Nope. So I guess we're going to have early Storm, Earth, and Fire by Noexxx, and he's going to just take advantage of using the Cyclone. Quick Focus Fire coming down on the Bear, but Bear, of course, is not going to be able to get taken out because he's just going to get staffed out of the way. And pretty good micro by both players. Down goes 1 Dryad, but Dryads are probably the most cost-efficient unit in the game. Focus Fire, oh my god, and Focus Fire comes down on the Archmage. Archmage goes down, and that might be it. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we were talking about earlier, how he really needed to not be spamming those altar revives. He's got 150.
He sells everything because he's in no upkeep. He could build a peasant.
250 gold on the Paladin plus 500. About 625 on. Nope, I don't think he's got enough. Boots of Speed are what, 100. Staff of Sanctuary is 150. So that's 500 between those. Then he's got the Potion of Lesser Invulnerability. That's 75. Yeah. So that's 575. And then Orb of Fire gives you. I don't know. I rarely buy Orb of Fire, so. Oh my goodness, that was terrible. Well, now we see. I mean, the game's pretty much over. So we got. We've got Under getting into position to try to take out G in G's main base, which makes sense. As I said, he really can't afford to fight G in his own base, or else he's going to lose to the Starfall.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly though, Under.sta could just focus buildings. I mean, there's not
Yep.
that many.
And looks like we've got Noexxx coming to help out. So if G might not see it though, so G's getting ready to attack. But if he just waits a couple more seconds, he's going to have a second panda to help him.
It's a good
And-
entangle. But,
good entangled.
Can't let his... He needs a good breath of fire really bad here. That was the okay one. And, nope, can't escape. So if G doesn't turn around and fight...
Nice Breath of Fire Haze, though. That's going to take out a couple of units for Under.sta. And
Yeah, the Keeper of the Grove is really low.
Keeper of the Grove very low. GEASS, for the first time ever, is not really attacking. He's kind of half-heartedly attacking. Focus Fire coming down on the Keeper of the Grove. Keeper of the Grove at 115 HP and is going to get TP'd out almost certainly. Focus Fire coming down on the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter very low. And Demon Hunter TP's away just in time, but the Keeper of the Grove does go down. And the full hidden army of Under.sta is now revealed, so I think at this point he's probably going to have everybody going after him.
Yeah, I think G is going to win.
I think it's either going to be G or I know I keep sounding crazy saying this.
Actually, you're right. GEASS might win. He's got so many buildings.
He's got so many buildings. They're all level 3 masonry, so they're not super resilient, but they're pretty good.
Now, Noexxx does have tanks. He's got 4 tanks still. I know he doesn't have a Archmage, which is a big problem, but the tanks could be split efficiently here.
Yep. The one big problem is, and because everybody just assumes you're always going to have Archmage, look at the mana total for the Panda. The Panda's at 160. He's not going to have the 2 or 3 full Haze Breath of Fires plus Earth, Wind, and Fire, or whatever the hell. Storm, Earth, and Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire is a band.
Yeah.
So he's not going to have...
Long
Yeah,
cast. Okay.
he doesn't quite have the staying power without that Archmage.
Another interesting thing is Under.sta lost his altar, so he's rebuilding it, but his Keeper's not going to be back for a while.
And it's kind of surprising that nobody's deciding to take advantage of that, but...
Mm-hmm. Well, G is really scared of losing his 5 buildings, and I can't blame him, but he's got wisps. Why doesn't he...
He's got wisps. I would also like to see him eat his trees, have his tree go in a little bit farther, and eat out enough of a way that he could root it. Because right now it's very susceptible to, like, if there was a hidden Griffin army or something like that, or even just regular attacks, it'll go down very quickly. So he should have it in a position that it's further in, and he could root it and then just quickly uproot it if it gets attacked by like tanks. Unmute. Yes. I'm pretending like I'm an admin there. I don't think that the auto mute was designed for someone who's playing in the finals and just trying to manip. So hopefully I don't get yelled at by Red later on.
I think it was justified. It's not like it was an observer. Yeah, this is an interesting position, and I'd say GEASS went from like 3% chance of winning this game to maybe like 23%. It's like a big jump.
So you called it earlier. You said that all of this posturing for 3 hours was going to come down to one big play, and you were right. So who do you think got the most out of that, and who do you think is in the worst position now?
Well, hands down, GEASS got the most out of it, even though he was the one that wasn't even involved. But I'd say that Noexxx got the worst. Obviously, Under.sta is a close second.
Yeah, I was just
His army
thinking.
was revealed. He lost a hero. He used the rest of his gold, and he lost a lot of his army. But I would still say all of that is less than an Archmage loss because you can't revive it, and that's a big problem. He really is gonna have a hard time winning this game without an Archmage.
Yeah, it's funny. I part of me wonders if he had gone Mountain King, would Noexxx even be in
the position that he's in now, or would he have ended up losing earlier in the game to the constant pushing of GEASS? Or maybe if he had gone Mountain King, he would be in a better position.
I think he probably would have died, to be honest. But
Yeah.
his panda's been very helpful all game. It just is not helpful in this scenario.
Yeah.
And the Mountain King would have been more helpful when G was and him were fighting later in the game, but I don't know. I think he beat GEASS because of Panda, despite his huge disparity with gold.
Right. I'm surprised that we don't see a Scout Owl just sitting on top of Noexx's army, such that it is. One of his biggest concerns was how close Noexx was to him before.
Yeah, I agree. He should have Scout Owls on everyone, even green, or even GEASS.
So GEASS is getting danger close.
GEASS is gonna just walk over and start Blizzard on the
What?
build.
What is GEASS doing?
Oh,
Uh-oh. Well, he's
Yeah.
got the...
a real-
Yeah. What is GEASS doing?
I have no idea.
He doesn't talk, and he looks like he's coming to... I mean, he has to know that...
Yes, he thinks you were going to attack him because you just ran straight to his only buildings left. I mean, he's got one hidden tree, but for all intents and purposes, you don't want to lose those 5 buildings there because one tree of life dies very quickly when found.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's the little things that win you games like this, and I think this Wisp here is going to be what wins G the game. I'm just going to go ahead and call it right now. G is going to win the game because of this hidden Wisp right here.
That's definitely possible. There is one here, but he doesn't have any gold actually. Never mind. This stuff doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah. Well, he's got enough items left. He's not quite out of it. He only had to sell 1 item to bring his Keeper of the Grove back.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of chimeras left. This is 6.
Yep. 6 chimeras, and as G pointed out, a lot of anti-air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, 6 chimeras, 2 wisps, and
Chat. I don't know if you're catching it, but Noexxx is trying to convince them to give him an item so he can sell to get his Archmage back.
I'm trying to think what. Well, does anyone even have enough items to do that? I mean, that's not a terrible idea. Let's see. Who could?
G's got a lot of items.
G
He
could give
sell
him.
the End of Mana. Or the Ruined Bracers.
I was gonna say maybe I would offer him the Staff of Sanctuary because you have to make it even. I would offer him a Staff of Sanctuary for Pendant of Mana. That's 150. Ruined Bracers is 200, and I don't know what else. You need one more thing. Maybe an Orb of Venom. I think that would be enough to get it back.
Yeah, I don't think G will do it, but
I don't know.
we ever seen that in an FML game? I mean, I know like we've seen people give their items away when they're dead, which is not allowed, just because they're so angry that someone beat them or something stupid like that. But I've never seen it in like a strategic way. Like, hey,
I can tell you, because I had it this game, or I had it this season, when I told Tilaxu that I would stop attacking him and if he gave me a Frostworm, and then he gave me a Frostworm with Charm, and then I killed him with it.
I remember watching that actually. That was pretty funny.
I don't think I've ever seen. I've never seen items exchanged like that. Well, free for all. It's all about firsts. So if it's going to happen,
not breaking a rule if both players agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think the outlawing of it is to, obviously there's like the feeding component. You're just trying to ruin someone else's game. In this case, it may. I don't know. I don't think it would be particularly advantageous to give Noexxx an Archmage, though.
Yeah, it would be. I would be scared because G knows he has 4 tanks left.
Yeah.
But I mean, G's probably looking at this like, I can't kill Under.sta, especially not in his base. I mean, Under.sta still has Moonwells. He's got a full base. He's got a full army. A level 8 Demon Hunter and level 7 Panda. That can wreak havoc, so... That might not be a bad idea. And they're still talking about it. He needs...
It's worth real quick pointing out, GEASS is not surrounding his own hero at the moment.
He's not? He's been doing it all?
So for the first time in a while, GEASS is not attacking himself and not surrounding himself.
Oh, let's see, he's... Oh, okay. I mean, he's got 4 units to surround a hero with, so he could practice that 4-unit surround that proved to be a problem against him. And GEASS does have a tank, or 2 tanks. That's...
Oh, he does have 2 tanks.
Yeah, those could come into play. I don't know, I think if Noexxx pulls off this, I don't even know what to call it, it's not really manip, trade for his Archmage, I think Noexxx can definitely be in a good position to win.
I agree, absolutely, 100%, because he's got the tanks, and the tanks at this point would... I mean, it's funny, but Noexxx could probably, if he had his Archmage, just suicide into G's base and take the entire top right out. Now, of course, we know that he's got the hidden trees, but he might not necessarily realize that, so he could easily take out G. But
I mean,
yeah,
it's really just
of course,
Under.sta.
Yeah, that and Under.sta, as he has been for most of the game, is just kind of the unknown here because he's yet again back into a very familiar position. He's just not moving, and he's making everybody else kind of talk it through and let them decide what they want to do.
They actually have 6, but who's counting? Screw the units, I would say, well, I have 5 buildings and you have a full base.
Yeah, I mean, Under is definitely in the best position, at least from what he's got, but I think after being caught hiding before, he's definitely kind of, I don't know, this is such a lame phrase to use, but he's lost the trust of his opponents, and so they're always going to peg him a little bit more than what he's got. And what he's got is 6 gold, and unfortunately they probably think he's in a much stronger position than he really is.
And he's in a strong position. I mean, he's the only one with... I shouldn't say the only one. Noexxx has a full base, kinda-ish. But he's got a bunch of Moonwells, and that's a big deal. If he gets teamed, those can really help him with his heroes. So I don't know. I think who now that Noexxx doesn't have his hero, now who's the person that needs to make a move? Because G is just going to camp his buildings. GEASS can't do anything because he has 2 breakers in his heroes. So is it Under.sta who needs to move out?
I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to have at least 2 or maybe all 3 attack Under at the same time. That's the only move that I can really think that would, because the only way that G is going to leave his base is if he feels like he's safe to, and that's if he's cornered Under in his base and if he can see the human units. Because I don't think that Under is going to leave his base at this point. And I do really believe that Noexxx is going to start Googling how much it costs to rebuild.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Do you know how much it costs? I would guess 550. I could be wrong though.
I don't know. I think it's in that area, but I couldn't tell you exactly. I think it's either 550 or maybe... Yeah, it's probably about 550.
Let's see.
Isn't it like a level 10 hero is like 600, isn't it?
I think so. How much to rebuild
Hero Warcraft 3. Let's take a look. Yeah, of course there's no page. It would be nice if there was just a chart, and you know what? I'm gonna make the chart and just post it to the boards after this game is over. But
That's a good idea.
That would make this a whole lot easier.
Every FML player should know that none of us actually know.
I know it's what 1050 to alter a or to
The tavern. Yeah.
to tavern a level 10 back. I think it's 1050.
That sounds about right. I don't know.
4 championships between the two of us, and we don't know like the basics of this game.
We don't need to know those things. Just
We're your hosts.
just
He's
find
Mog,
traits
and
in
I'm
your
Wrecktify.
chimeras and-
Yeah. We don't even need heroes. Just 20 chimeras. Move them around the sides of the map and take out everybody's base before they can respond.
That could work. Yeah. This would be funny if GEASS mass TP'd.
Well, you know, it has been a while since GEASS and Noexxx has fought.
Yeah.
But I think that,
died down.
yeah. I mean, the craziest part about this is that GEASS is in a better position to win than Noexxx, because for the entire game that was not the case.
The crazy thing about it is that GEASS is sitting over here without anything surrounded. What is he doing? It's like he gave up.
I think he's... You know, I just have to point this out. If you look at and again, this is getting into the minutia of analysis when you're 4 hours in, but the way that his units are positioned, it looks like he's got unit formation on, or formation movement turned on.
Yeah,
and that is insane.
I don't think he does though, because when he walks with his units, I don't think they form like that. Maybe he's really bored and he's sitting there like turning formation on, turning it off.
Maybe he's trying to figure out, is it easier to surround with formation on or formation off?
That could be too. Yeah, there's nothing happening. I mean, Under.sta's scouting with 1 hippogriff. G is still scouting corners, so I have to applaud him at the 4-hour mark to still have the mind to be scouting everywhere. But I don't know. I mean, I don't see any of them doing anything for. It's got to be Under.sta.
I think it's either going to be Under.sta but who do you think he would attack? Because I don't think he'd go cross map. I don't think he would even make it cross map, to be honest with you. And that's really the challenge. Is that anything that Under tries to do is going to be reported by G.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be. I'm sure he's going to go on G if he does move across. Sorry, some pugs came to the room. You might hear their heavy breathing.
I thought you were just getting excited about the prospect of G attacking here. We do have the scout hippogriff being taken out by G, so that was our first fight in about 20 minutes.
Oh, I missed it.
I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the chat in the stream. Let's see. We've got Doikum saying that pink is pretty much dead. That's pretty true.
Yeah, but I think I don't know, he's got a chance. He's not a good chance, but he has tanks, and in this kind of situation, you know, say Under.sta's base gets weakened a lot, and you know, tank could win. Any questions? Anyone have any questions?
No, I'm looking for anything other than people making fun of the current game state.
Okay. Good luck finding anything other than that.
ZT says so. I turned in an hour ago thinking, if I was to go to Mexico and back, will the game be over? And the answer is probably no. So we have, we finally have, you know what, I jinxed it by doing that. So Under.sta is making a move towards GEASS at this point. He did manage to get a surround off of one of GEASS's spellbreakers, so now we do see that G is getting in position. And this is, I kind of predicted this. I didn't think that. And now we have a pause. Sec. All right, I'm gonna go run. I will be right back.
And then Noexxx still hasn't figured this out. I thought he Google searched it. Well, this is why I was thinking that Under.sta would attack toward G, because obviously he's got the Owl Scout on him. So if he moves towards GEASS, then G's obviously going to start picking away at buildings. So in my mind, the only thing that makes sense is for Under.sta to attack G. You know, sure, GEASS has Blizzard, but he's been pretty passive. I mean, last time Under.sta went towards G, GEASS, you know, he picked off like 2 Moonwells, I think, but he didn't really do that much damage. So we could see something similar again. This is my 2 cents. I'm on the state of the game. But yeah, Noexxx, I've played more than 10 years and I still don't know how much a hero costs. It's just not something I think about. Like, I know a lot of players talk about, or not talk about, but they know exactly how much each unit costs. Not something I really ever pay attention to. I just know generally how much it is.
And I'm back. I grabbed some string cheese because I didn't think anyone wanted to listen to me eating potato chips.
I know, I was like thinking of getting something to eat, and I was like, no, I can't really eat and cast. Who needs lunch? It's cool. Well, I was commenting about why I thought Under.sta had to attack G is because of what we're seeing here. He's got Owl Scouts on him non-stop. If he moves against GEASS, then of course G is going to start picking away at buildings. So I don't think it makes sense to attack GEASS, even if he wants to. Oh, we got a fight, and Under.sta is AFK, I think.
Yep,
Did you see that?
Yep, no, it did look like he may have been, has eye somewhere else, and he does force the Avatar, which is good, because Avatar has a ridiculously long cooldown. I think it's, what, 180 seconds?
Yep, I think you're right. That's another thing I don't really know for sure, but that sounds right.
So, he can, and it doesn't look like GEASS is willing to fight, and if he's not going to fight now, he might as well just go back to his base, because he definitely cannot afford to fight with without Avatar.
I thought it was funny that GEASS ran in to attack and then cried, "Help, he's killing me." That's so funny.
You have to admire GEASS. He, everything from threatening suicides left and right when he was mining the middle gold mine.
That seems like forever ago.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he even had the chutzpah to try to take that gold mine really impresses me, because I know that if I was in his shoes, I would have just said, you know, there's no way anyone's going to let me mine this.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have either. I probably would have done what Under.sta did and sat in my base with 300 gold for the next 3 hours. And it looks like G really wants to put some pressure on. He's been sitting outside Under.sta's base. He's got 3 owls just in case one isn't enough. Make sure what he's up against. I don't think Noexxx is a bigger threat without an Archmage.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is that the one thing I will say, though, is that he is only scouting. He isn't using the scout owl, so Noexxx wouldn't even be able to get the siege tanks across the map to G's base, slow walking them. There's more than enough time that he could get off the 3 Wrecktifyers to knock them out of the fight. There wouldn't even be a fight.
In fact, I would like him to move like this wisp that is serving no purpose at all in this game. Maybe position it like here, or you know, somewhere where you might be able to catch the tanks coming, maybe right there.
Yep, absolutely.
He does have Owl Scouts now, but still not much going on. GEASS moved his 2 tanks, so now they're together.
And a lot of posturing by Under, but he doesn't look like he's going to, you know, make the move to cross the map to try to actually attack GEASS. And I don't blame him. I mean, G is literally right outside of his base. It looks like he's going to go try to engage with G.
I don't know about this.
Well, that is...
A very bold play if he does decide to do that.
And what do you think? I think G should buy a scroll. I know that sounds crazy, but even if a hero dies, he can't revive it.
Yeah, I mean,
20. So who cares if you waste your last gold?
and he's still got the, you know what? The only risk to that is,
He wants to build a tree, maybe. But
yeah, I guess building the tree. You know, at this point, I don't think anyone's going to accuse him of having mass gold, but nobody's going after G at this point. And I feel like if he even buys a single thing, that could change. So
yeah, but also no one, like, it's not like people have owl scouts on him all the time, you know. So
true.
would they even notice until he uses it? Something to think about. I'm really surprised that Under.sta keeps posturing toward GEASS. I think it's very odd.
Well, he's going further south now than he has pretty much this entire game since when he first started creeping. So, I think he's actually going to take out this proxy base here on the left-hand side. And this is not his only altar? Oh, it is his only altar of kings. So,
There's no gold.
yep, that's true. He doesn't have the ability to rebuild it. And where is he TPing to?
Yeah.
Well, we found it. So he's going to take out the, and really there's nothing to really gain from this.
No.
So kind of a surprise that he's going this this line of play.
Are way more valuable than those couple buildings. And also, if he has a TP, that's gold he doesn't want to spend.
And so instead he opts to only bring the Keeper of the Grove back. And that's a really risky play because at this point, G having all of those Scout Owls on him.
Look how split his army is. G could just jump on it.
And instead G is going to back off. I think, again, this is just, you got the nerves getting to you. You're down to your last 5 buildings. He easily could have picked off the Bear, the Druid of the Talon, maybe even forced, well, probably not forced a TP, but maybe force the Panda to ultimate.
Yeah, that's possible. I didn't notice that Noexxx sold some items to get an altar because he's really curious about how expensive the Archmage is. He was chatting about that while you were in the bathroom or eat or whatever. He was like, "How can you guys play this game for 10 years and not know how expensive?" I was like, "Well, you have done the same thing, so."
So, do you want to put your bets in? I think it's 550. I'm gonna bet.
I think you're right. I think it's 550.
Are we gonna be able to see it?
We won't be able to see it, but I'm sure he'll call it out. I'm sure he'll say.
Yeah.
Maybe 500. I'll go 500. Come on, tell us, Noexxx.
This is just awful.
This is killing me. He's probably trying to do math in his head. Like, if I sell this and this.
Well, he's still got all of his items. He's probably trying to figure out how many items he needs to ask for.
Oh, that could be.
But if he ends up getting rid of all of his staffs, he's 15 gold short. That's funny. So it's what 150, 300, 470. It's 490 gold, I guess. So he needs
90. It must be 5. Wouldn't it be 500?
Well, because it's 100 gold for boots, 150 for staffs of sanctuary, so that's 400, and then potion of lesser invulnerability is what, 45, 75, yeah.
Oh, and then he's got 50. So I think you're right. It's 50. Oh no, I don't know. It's like 535, 525, something like that.
Someone give me one item. Does anyone have a Chromium?
I swear, but right now it's just not happening.
I'm trying to decide if anyone even has an item they'd be willing to give. Probably not.
I think, I don't know. I mean, G would, but I don't know if it benefits him.
I think dealing with one guy with mass TP is more than enough for G, so I can't imagine him trying to...
Yeah, and G is the one who's had owls he knows that Noexxx has a base. He knows that Noexxx has tanks and a sorceress and a priest and a knight. So it's like you don't want to give that person an archmage back.
The funny part here is that even though Under has, well, not a full base at this point, but a pretty big base compared to G, it wouldn't take G very long to take out most, if not all, of Under's base, just because of Starfall and Breath of Fire, the Chimeras having the benefit of True Shot Aura, so Under really can't afford to go too far from his base with G that close to it.
Yeah, that's true. At least with GEASS, he's got 3 locations, that need to be killed.
I'm telling you, it's looking more and more like Under and G are going to end up fighting each other, and that benefits GEASS the most.
Yeah, I mean, GEASS could even win. Well, maybe. Like, if he and Noexxx fought, I know Noexxx has more stuff, but not having a hero is a big deal. And he has a Mountain King, so... Gosh, is GEASS gonna win?
I don't... You know what, at this point, I have no earthly idea. I think that it's looking like... I don't think G is going to win. G doesn't have enough buildings left, to be honest with you. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's so easy to eliminate him.
Yeah, and he just... I don't know, I just feel like I think this is going to come down to Hero Arena, and I think it's going to be between Under and GEASS.
Yeah, you might be right.
I keep looking around the map for like one missing centaur that's still alive or something like that Noexxx could kill to get his Archmage back, but it's...
Yeah, there's literally nothing to get gold with.
Oh man, and we see a little bit of a fight between G and Under here, but looks like they're not really going to engage with one another.
I think Under wants to. He's gonna have Starfall.
Well, the problem is that Under popped his haze on the Chimeras, so and this is going to be a really bad fight for Under. Under down to 47 food, losing everything very rapidly.
Yeah, he's not there. He's got 60 supply. 50.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, the Keeper of the Grove.
Oh my... I think he's going to be able to get away, but the biggest thing here is Under lost all of his anti-air, but he kept 5 out of 6 Chimeras. They were all in the red, but that could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a pretty even fight, actually. G has... one of his Chimeras has 16 health. Noexxx has an Invisible Knight. Is he gonna... Oh, he can't Master you, what am I saying? Wow, that was big. But they both kept their Chimeras alive, so those will be good against the humans.
And thank you to JFits162 for following my stream. Sorry, I had to get that in there.
Yeah, that's all good.
Alright, well, even a small fight like that I still think massively benefits GEASS. I mean, he's spent 3 hours working on his 4-unit surround, so I gotta think that he's in a prime position to take this. I don't even know where the sarcasm ends and the seriousness begins.
I don't know about prime position, but it's getting better and better for him. That's undeniable. I don't know. I hesitate to say that he's in a good position, but the way things are going, it looks like they're going to fight again. At least heroes.
Yep, and I think we're going to see a focus fire come down quickly on the Keeper of the Grove, and Keeper of the Grove goes down. Wow.
That's why.
Yeah, big surprise that he went for that. And oh my gosh, focus fire coming down on the Panda. Panda does pop the Scroll of Invulnerability, or Potion of Invulnerability.
It's a TP.
And TP comes down for Demon Hunter.
Late.
Down goes the Panda. Holy cannoli.
Oh my gosh.
And with that, I think, well, taking a look at the items, it's 150, 200, 3. I don't think he's, well, he might have enough to get the keeper back and then sell the keeper items.
I can't believe Under.sta did that. I'm like shocked. I can't believe that happened. Okay,
And
keeper back, and then the keeper had full items, right?
Keeper did have, oh gosh.
I feel like it had a parrot,
It had boots and a periapt, I think.
and boots.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get the, yeah. I don't think he's...
I think he will, but he'll have to sell everything, and that's. I mean, naked heroes are, I don't want to say worthless, but it's going to be very lacking against GEASS stacked heroes still.
But you know who came out on top there?
GEASS. Meanwhile, Noexxx is over here. Holy shit, he's reviving his Archmage.
Wait, how
How did he do it?
we stopped paying attention for just, oh my goodness. How?
He manipped. He sold everything, and he has 53 gold still.
A player's forces are under attack.
That's next level.
Unbelievable.
And meanwhile, G is killing Under.sta.
That is...
God, Noexxx is gonna win. Oh my gosh. I can't even believe that. And now it's an invisible. He's just gonna hide it.
Wow.
All he has to do is mass TP on G and he's gonna win after G kills Under.sta.
A player's forces are under attack.
That was a really brilliant play.
Yep, I don't know if Noexxx had seen it before, but he just found the hidden tree of G over here in the middle right.
So he could send tanks or... Oh,
Yep, and
GEASS is
now we see GEASS is going for the kill. What is happening? This is surreal.
No way. There's no way in hell Noexxx is gonna save G.
Oh my goodness. I think that I see an invisible paladin here. I think that we're going to see Noexxx is going to go for the kill on GEASS. I'm sorry, on G, and then go for the straight up one-on-one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But in the event that happens,
Wait,
you know who has the
He's got
advantage?
tanks going for GEASS. I'm so confused. What is he thinking?
I don't know. We got the remaining.
No.
Wow, and there goes GEASS. I'm so lost. I don't know what's happening.
Too. You need
Noexxx
to
is
get G.
A player's forces are
G is the biggest threat to you.
Yeah, I'm blown away here.
Once he sees the Archmage, then
Nope.
he's gonna say it.
Under is going to eliminate.
My gosh. Oh my gosh. And Noexxx, I don't think he knows what to do now. He's hiding them and pulling back. And this is the better play, to be honest.
Oh, and a very smart play by. I don't know if it's going to work, but.
G brings on his hippogriff back
Yep.
and the panda, but it's. I mean, he's dead. He doesn't have a tree, and he has a wisp over here.
He does have one remaining wisp, and he. Two remaining wisps, actually.
He's got one up here. He's got one up here. He's got a couple.
The one thing I wonder, though, is, there was just so much time spent by Under.sta scouting this entire game. I wonder if he knows where all the hidden wisps are.
That's a good point. And Noexxx, oh, okay, thanks. It's still there, but it's not. And the panda's trapped now, so that's kind of a problem.
Now, imagine if Noexxx mass TVs onto the panda.
Oh,
This
that's
is
funny.
a bonkers end to this game. So with that, Under is down to 2 food. It looks like he's uprooting. He's going to go last march of the Ents. I don't know if he's going to kill his own base or if he's going to try to go after G's base. But we see Noexxx is
Gonna
now.
go after G.
Yeah, he is not taking kindly to his defeat now.
And Noexxx win. I mean, is there any way? Well, there's a way. G's got an army, but
Well,
Noexxx needs to go eliminate G. I don't understand.
I don't even know if that he can, because at this point GEASS is back on kill mode, and
Yeah, but what is he gonna do? Blizzard some towers? Like, if he eliminates G, he can master you back in time to defend.
true. So we do have the last March of the Ents coming to get G.
We have seen crazier things. I mean, Renault won that game with 2 breakers, right? Against Aga.
Yep, you're right. Wondering if I don't think that G is sending Scout Owls towards Under at this point, because he's
got
just
a Scout. He's gonna see the Archmage.
Well, he might see the Archmage. We did notice that earlier on he failed to go very deep into people's bases, so he might. Let's see if he sees it. Nope, he takes a shot. So he's going to go after the main base, not thinking there's an Archmage.
Yeah, but what is Noexx's response? Is he going to try to defend, or is he going to try to mass TP out?
Well, he's got the Knight there. Oh my goodness, this is going to...
Under.sta with just trees.
Oh my goodness, this is an end for the ages.
And meanwhile, GEASS is just hanging out. Maybe they'll eliminate each other and I'll win, is what he's thinking.
I gotta know, did someone actually give Under.sta? G is still not revealed? I'm surprised that G isn't doing a better job protecting his base. I mean, he's so focused on Noexxx right now that I guess he doesn't.
Shopping. He's like selling stuff, isn't he?
Looks like it. Is he gonna? I don't know what he's picking up.
Maybe a TP. He got a TP on his panda. He sold enough to build 1 more tree, which is, I guess, that's a good decision.
Yeah, because he can now put this Tree of Life into the hedges over here to keep it from being picked up if someone just dips inside.
Right.
I'm wondering if G is... It looks like he's going to go try to eliminate Under, but he's about to get the very rude awakening that Under is coming. Under is coming for him.
And the Ancient Wind here might scout the Tree of Life. I think it will.
Oh, this is so disastrous for him.
This is really bad.
He tries to suicide me.
He succeeds.
Yeah.
Player's forces are
Wow.
Oh, Owl. The Owl's gonna see the Archmage. No! Gee, oh my gosh. Every time it's the same scout pattern. It's like so close, but not quite.
Oh, so G should have just gotten the alert that his buildings are under attack.
But he did eat trees, so he'll win. Or they'll never kill each other, I guess. It got scanned. That's so funny.
This is...
What is... Oh, he's hiding building? But he doesn't... Isn't he revealed?
He does have enough to build 1 more Tree of Life, but he'll have to build a Tree of Life. Oh, he's got a Tree of Life right here.
Oh, okay. So I guess me. I mean, no, he can't win. Like, how can he win? He doesn't have any units.
They could knock... Everybody could knock each other out, and they could have a Stormbolt flying at the Panda while the Panda Breath of Fires, killing each other at the same time, leaving only...
Like, there's 1 farm left somewhere, and he just needs to send his tree over to kill it.
I mean, it's cliched, but I feel like stranger things have happened.
I guess. But no, G's gonna eliminate him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although there's a knight. Mass TP. Although once he sees those trees, I don't think he's going to.
Well, G needs to be careful because he does have the gold to rebuild, build 1 more tree, but he hasn't thrown it up yet. So if he loses, like right here, Noexxx has now scouted the Tree of Life.
Right.
And GEASS, depending on how closely GEASS was paying attention, he may have seen G's other wisp over here.
I think he sees it because his army's moving up north.
Well, at that point then, G does, and I want to point it out, I said it like an hour ago, this wisp may win G the game because it's in such a position that it may just never be noticed.
Yeah, that's true. So after, what, 4 hours, we finally have a player eliminated? And the wisp did go down by GEASS at the top.
And no big surprise there. I didn't think that Under was going to stick around. He's... surly is a bit of an understatement.
Well, and once... I mean, honestly, if I was eliminated and I saw everything Noexxx had left, I would probably leave. I think Noexxx is like 80% going to win this game, maybe even higher.
I think GEASS is going to win.
But do you really think that, or you just...
I don't know if I
want him to.
he's like the mascot of this game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he really is.
I mean, G does have the army. I mean, he's got the hero levels. He's got the army.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, once they realize the Archmage is back, because they're both functioning under the assumption that Noexxx doesn't have an Archmage. So if one of them eliminates the other before then, they're gonna lose. But if they realize it and team Noexxx, they might have a chance.
Yep.
But I don't think they're gonna figure it out. I mean, G has been sending the same scout pattern. He always misses it every time, just by a little bit. And now he's not even really sending scout out at all. Oh, this could be a problem.
Yeah. Does he show his hand?
Yeah.
Or now this is the one problem. You don't have bash, so you have no way of stopping those tanks.
I always get bash instead of I don't even know what the other one's called. Thunderclap.
Thunderclap. You know, it's funny. Thunderclap was pretty effective for him against the the mortars and the casters, but
Yeah, it's situational, but bash is always good.
I mean, it just has a level 3. I think it's a 45% proc rate, which is almost laughable. I mean, when half of your attacks are stunning, it just, that's the one thing that's making his Mountain King not super clutch, is the fact that he doesn't have bash.
I think your wisp died.
Oh no. The hero wisp. Nope.
Oh.
I found it.
There it is.
I'm telling you. That
That's
wisp.
the last one, right?
Yep, that wisp wins the game.
Yeah, but it's kind of in a bad spot because you can't build anything right there.
I think his thought is it's safe there, and I'm surprised Noexxx is doing this because
I am too. I don't think it's a good idea. Either show your hand and make a big move, or don't do anything at all. But don't do this like half-assed tank attack because you're just losing units, or almost losing units. And
I mean, if he... Yep.
GEASS was totally focused on eliminating G, so
Yeah.
basically just distracted him to... It would be better for Noexxx if he's just suicided on that last tree, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I see the Archmage is now in... Alright, I thought he was getting ready to actually use the Archmage. I mean, I feel like once that Archmage gets shown, the person who sees it is just going to have like a total freak out moment. I'm talking all caps, spitting curses. Like they're not going to be able to believe it. I still don't know how he got it back, to be honest with you.
I don't. It must have been 500 or something that he could afford.
Yep.
Let's see. He had 68 gold. He has 53 left.
He had 63 gold. He has 53 left. He sold boots. He sold 2 boots and I guess it must be a lot cheaper than we had thought. But you know what I will say? They should see that he sold his items and that he rebuilt the altar.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it
Why rebuild the altar and sell the items if you couldn't get it back? Although he did do his chat saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm 15 gold short," after he built the altar and sold his items. So maybe I don't know.
that is some next level manip, I gotta tell you.
Yes, I mean, that's probably gonna make him an FML champ. No, don't want to jinx him or anything, but
I think you just jinxed him.
best position for sure.
It's funny. This is like the exact type of position you would expect G to be in. Best heroes, best army, one building, hiding.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected him to have the best heroes. I would expect him to have the best army because, you know, it's G, so.
Exactly. And not sure what G's doing. He's sending one of his chimeras around the periphery of the map. I assume not to scout, because he doesn't need to scout when he's got Scout Owl.
I think he's going to try to pick off GEASS's buildings because he's identified that GEASS has no anti-air except for his heroes. So,
Now, but that's just so ridiculous, because he should see that these two are fighting, and so, I mean, I don't know.
He hasn't been scouting very well lately.
That's
He's
true.
got an owl here, but it's not really doing anything. He's following that one breaker. He's just following the breakers because he's afraid he's gonna get mass TP'd. But he really should be. I think at the very least he should always have an owl at Noexx's base. Just that's my opinion.
He should always have it there, and he should be scouting out that Archmage.
I know. I cannot believe it hasn't been seen.
Oh my goodness. And thank you to Kai Katsi for following the stream. So, taking a look around, we've got 4 breakers, 3 heroes, 1 caster of each, and a couple of tanks for Noexxx. 2 tanks. Where are GEASS's breakers?
Well, one's about to die. Here.
Well, now, so that's interesting. He's not killing the breaker. So I don't know what his game plan is right now.
I think he wants to kill it. I think he's afraid. But, I don't know. Maybe he's lost it. It's just, he's like, oh, I've been doing this for so long.
It's funny, they're not chatting nearly as much now as they were previously, and I would have expected at this point for the chat to be non-stop, but we see a scout coming down by the Arcane Tower on G, so Noexxx keenly aware of G's positioning. GEASS slowly making his way up towards G, now turning back around. He's got this single knight following him, and you know, this is a league where everybody does do a little bit of copycatting, so I would not be surprised if next season we have everybody building this lone knight that is always going to be invisible and trailing your army.
Yeah, he's been using it the whole game too, not just like the end. I mean, he was doing that back when he and GEASS were fighting for 2 hours. Like, there was always that one knight that was scouting out the army positioning.
Yeah.
So it must be. It's going to be the new meta for human next season. Also next season, everyone's going to kill their hero at the end of the game and then say, I can't build it back. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, that's classic. Now I'm really curious to look at the gold situation.
Yeah, I know. I really want to watch the replay and see exactly what happened. Because I'm pretty positive that no one gave him anything. And maybe I'm wrong, because we weren't. I don't think either of us were really watching. But I'm pretty sure he just sold the gold, or sold his items, had enough, and then manipped that he was 15 short when really he had enough.
And yeah, logically speaking, I think you're right, because if someone had given him items, they would know that he's got the Archmage, and there would be no point in hiding it. So his little "I'm broke, I'm 15 gold short" ploy is turning into being one of the more original ways of of hiding an army. I will say, though, that it's a level 8 but naked Archmage, and he doesn't have... Does he have... he's got one staff left.
On the Paladin. He moved his Archmage's items over to the Paladin, which is a little tricky. If, if someone had scouted that Paladin, they'd be like, why does he have these items?
Yep.
But no one's been... Here comes another owl, but it's not far enough to see the Archmage. And it doesn't look like he's been clicking items, so otherwise he would have seen it a long time ago.
You didn't count his items for gold.
Uh-oh.
And that owl is going to follow the... another owl. Another owl. He's sitting right on top of the castle. Oh, G. It's funny. G knows that he needs to do a better job of scouting bases, because he missed Under.sta's hidden army for about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right, he keeps following the same trajectory. This new owl might be far enough over.
It's going to see it. If he's looking, he's going to see it.
Does he see it?
He has to see it. It's in vision.
But I'm quite sure no Archmage. Well, now no Archmage.
If he looks, he'll see it.
Gee, just look in his base!
Even on the mini-map, he should see the circle for the hero.
Yeah. Then hit him and force him. Oh, this is torture. He wouldn't.
Stop chatting, G, and look at your mini-map. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Just look at his base.
It's 100% in vision. Like, he can see it. It's just he doesn't see it. Unbelievable.
Even your dogs aren't happy about this.
No, oh, yeah, one of them came back. Shania, you're a little loud. Dang, so okay. He knows. Yeah. It's not even invisible anymore.
Oh my god, and it's daylight, so he should have full vision. I'm just...
Okay, he has it. He sees it. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness. Alright.
So this, again, changes... This is a crazy final when you think about it. This is the second time that scouting has changed the trajectory of the game, because surely they have to team him now.
I mean, I would think so. The problem for G, of course, is that if he leaves his base, he's thinking he's... Yeah. And it looks like we've got Noexxx getting in position with this invisible knight, hoping to be able to pull off a mass TP if G decides to leave his base.
Yeah, G... Oh, and he's mass TPing. He's going to do it.
He's going to go for the kill. So here's the question. And we have some preemptive buffing coming on, and well, this could be it for him. If he doesn't get another tree built, he's playing it carefully because he doesn't want the tree showing up on the minimap, and he's walking right by Noexx's base. I think missing things on his minimap is his go-to move of the game, and G is just walking right by.
He missed him.
Oh no!
And the tree's moving out too.
Tree is moving out, and we're about to have an attack coming down. First attack comes down, and and we do have a new tree coming up for G, but G, that was it could have been done a lot better, I think. So we have focus fire coming down on all of the towers in Noexx's main base, and as these towers go down, you're going to roll your eyes. You're going to say, "You've been saying this all game long, Wrecktify," but every tower that goes down puts GEASS one step closer to winning this game.
Yeah, and now that G's here, Noexxx, I don't think he can fight both of them. Not with his full army. I
don't either. I'm expecting to see him go for a base race situation at this point.
His paladin was left behind. That's a big deal. He doesn't have any proxy buildings. He doesn't have any peasants.
Stop. Grin wins.
And he's right. Green does win.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know if I'm not sure whether GEASS is aware of the tree or the wisp over here, but I mean, he's going to certainly have enough time to find it just because he's got so many.
And he also has a peasant up here.
Yep.
Build a
No
farm.
gold though. So Focus Fire could come down on that Archmage if he wants to. I'm surprised that
I think G is gonna just. Oh, do you think he's gonna try to just eliminate him?
maybe. But now we got. I'm surprised he has not used his Starfall yet.
No, but Archmage is gonna go down. Oh.
And yep, nice staff there by GEASS to save one of his breakers. And I think
and this is she should leave a few buildings because
does he have the tanks? Where are the? Oh, yep, he does have the tanks.
yeah.
He's saying leave 4 buildings, so he can leave them pretty weak.
I don't know if she's gonna stop. Okay.
Nope, he's playing ball. And the Tree of Life is alive, but now it's just kind of standing outside. He does need to position it better.
Yeah.
Although it's worth noting that well, GEASS actually does have the gold now. He could pick up a flying machine if he wants to go scouting.
Yeah, he has a workshop. He could do that. I was gonna say it works in G's favor that they don't have any air units left, but flying machine would be very helpful.
And so now we have Noexxx is going for.
G might. He was thinking about finishing him, I think.
Noexxx is revealed.
Yeah.
So I think at this point he might just be comfortable leaving Noexxx as is. Noexxx is scouting, and if G's not careful, he might get scouted out. And I know that there is no real motivation to for Noexxx to kill G at this point.
No. But at least he would know where it is. He's not.
Yeah.
Oh, his breaker turned around.
Yep, breaker did turn around. This is a game of near misses. GEASS opts to go for a proxy farm as opposed to going for a building, a flying machine. And GEASS going for the elimination now.
Yep, and forces Noexxx back. Now Noexxx might just have to defend. There's only 3 buildings left, and 2 of them are burning farms. So that's
yeah. Focus Fire coming down on the Paladin. Big surprise there. Both Paladins go into Divine Shield mode respectively. Well, he doesn't have many buildings left. It might actually make more sense just to go for the elimination. But now G is coming in, and he's going to have the ability to take out 2 of the staffed tanks.
yeah, and then he mass CP'd back into G, didn't he? Yeah, so G could kill those heroes. No, he's just going to start all pigs.
Now everybody's getting eliminated. This is going to be one of the.
It's going to be a good ending.
I'm not.
Did that breaker scout the farm? Did you see?
I do not think he did.
Okay. So neither of them know where the tree is. That's very important because both humans will be revealed, and then they're going to have to be in a desperate hunt for that tree.
I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see G going for Scout Owls at this point. You know,
Yeah.
the Starfall is not that effective against buildings, especially human buildings, and he needs to be finding the remaining GEASS's remaining buildings. He of course knows where Noexxx is because Noexxx is revealed.
Yeah, so he's going to go back and eliminate Noexxx, it looks like, which is the right move because shortly he should be eliminated.
Oh my god, I think G has his second championship.
I think you're right.
So the only thing I can think of that G should do differently is put this tree as far into the middle of this little clump as he can and try to root it, because I think he should realize that there are no. Oh my gosh, Noexxx is going to eliminate GEASS. He's going to do G's dirty work.
Nope, no, he's not.
All right, maybe
He
not.
thought about it, but
GEASS is picking up a new
oh, he's got
main.
all those items. Okay, GEASS could win. GEASS could definitely win now.
Oh my God, you can't see it, but I'm doing that Jackie Chan pose where his hands are on his head and he's going, what? Because this is the, oh my goodness.
Gosh, Noexxx.
Unbelievable end. Noexxx played fantastically, but just didn't quite have enough at the end.
He sees that. He sees the town hall. G is gonna win.
G is going to win. It looks like
He doesn't see the minimap again.
he has
Yeah.
he has struggled with the minimap all game long. I'm not sure if he sees the farm over here. Oh my goodness, it's funny because isn't this how G won his last game too? Hidden trees all over the map.
Yeah.
I believe G's first championship he won on Harvest of Sorrows with a hidden tree of life, and it looks like he's going to do it again, unless there's a miracle here. GEASS is on the right side of the map to find it, but I don't know if he's going to. Nope.
He's more worried, I think, about defending.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to try to hold him back.
I don't think he can. I mean, well, there were a bunch of chimeras. Oh, there were.
Yep. And chimeras are going to go over the buildings, it looks like.
So, yeah, the chimeras are just going to go snipe it. But there is the farm.
The farm is left.
It won't last too long.
And does he cancel it? No, he does not cancel it. He loses the gold.
He did cancel it.
Oh, he did cancel it. Okay. Does he have any?
Peasant.
No peasants left. All right. So starts the 2-minute clock on getting revealed.
Yeah, he has to find the tree right away or else he's done. And even if he found it, I don't think he could kill it. Although,
Yeah.
he's wasting time attacking Noexx's Archmage.
Trying to pad his hero score a little bit, add a couple more kills. So we have this farm nestled in here. I think that is it. G sees it. And looks like this is going to be a good game unless a miracle happens, unless he pulls a peasant out of his hat. We've got our Season 23 winner, G. 500 health remaining in the farm.
Well earned win. I mean, I think he played very well the whole game. He did have a couple blunders with his scouting, but it worked out.
And that's game. GG for G. G is your Season 23 FML champion, 4th two-time champion in the league, and a well-earned game. So taking a look at the scoring screen, what stood out in that 4-hour behemoth of a game to you, Mog? What was the X factor?
The X factor, I think, honestly, was G's initial 1v1 against Under.sta, because he really dominated that 1v1 with the great panda usage, with the invisibility. He was cycloning Under.sta's panda very effectively, and it was consistent. Like, he was doing it every single fight. So I think that early game put him into that strong position at the end of the game. So what do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you 100%. We both came into this thinking that G was the most susceptible to get eliminated early on by the better playing opponents, and he not only matched Under, but actually surpassed him very early on, getting an early hero advantage. And I'll also give credit to, we made a little bit of fun of his Scout Owl shenanigans, but he did ultimately, when the chips were down, he did find the hidden army of Under, and he did find the hidden Archmage of Noexxx.
Yeah, both times it felt like he could have found it sooner, but at the end of the day, he found them, and that's what changed the game. Both times, that's what changed it. So I think, he had all the big plays to deserve that win. I mean, he played great.
Absolutely, and we see 78,000 gold mined for GEASS. No big surprise there. I think he had 2 more mines than Noexxx and 1 more mine than everybody else. Obviously, top score overall for G with the great overall play. Heroes higher than everybody, most buildings destroyed. So, great game overall. Do you have any final thoughts before we sign off?
It was a long one, but I think it was a really great grand final. All the players played very well, and it was entertaining for most of it. So very well played by the players. I had fun. Thanks for having me with you, and maybe we'll do it again sometime.
There you go. Absolutely. Thank you for joining me. Congratulations to all the players. Great play all around, and congratulations most of all to G, our season 23 champion.